Good morning, members and officers and members of the public who've joined us. This is the Place and Resources Scrutiny Committee on the 7th of January 2022 at 10 o'clock. I may move to agenda item 1. Apologies, Ms Watson.
Yes, Chairman, we've received apologies from Councillors Heatley, Shortell and Turner.
Thank you. If I may now move to a roll call of the committee members. Councillor Canning.
I'm here, Chair, and good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Brown. Councillor Andrews.
Present.
Councillor Roberts.
Present, Chairman.
Councillor Took.
Present.
Okay. Councillor Trite.
Present, Chairman.
Thank you. The officers attending for the overall agenda will be Mr. John Selgren, Executive Director of Place, Mr. Aidan Dunn, Executive Director of Corporate Development, Jonathan Mayer, Corporate Director of Legal and Democratic, Jim McManus, Corporate Director for Finance and Commercial, Lindsay Watson, Senior Democratic Service Officer, and George Dare, Producer of the meeting. Other officers will be introduced as required during the meeting when they are asked to speak. The Chairman's statement for virtual committee meetings. In light of the situation with COVID-19 cases, Dorset Council's Chief Executive, Matt Prosser, has exercised his delegated powers to continue to hold virtual informal committee meetings. Where a decision is required, committee members will express a minded to decision in respect to recommendations set out in the officers' reports, with decisions being taken under officer delegated authority in the light of minded to decisions expressed by members in the virtual meetings. Any decisions or recommendations required will be confirmed by the appropriate officer at the conclusion of the committee's debate on an agenda item. So if I can move to agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Do any members have any declarations of interest, please?
Yes, Chairman, it's Councillor Mark Roberts. I'm director of a company that provides adult care services to the Dorset Council. And if any debate on or item that mentions the funding towards private providers, I will step back from that.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Any other member? Okay, if any members do realise that they have a declaration of interest when we come to that agenda item, if they can make it known, please. I myself have one. My wife works in a local school and therefore is on the payroll of Dorset Council. I will be staying in the meeting. Thank you. So I've moved to agenda item 3, Chairman's update. This is obviously a meeting rescheduled from the meeting from the 10th of December in 2021, when our previous scrutiny meeting for people and health overran. Since that time, the government financial settlement has now come in, so please see your supplement addendum report on pages 3 to 6 that's attached to your agenda. I also have another statement to make, the Chairman's statement from Miss Evans, an update report on the land charges service update for the Chair of Place and Resources Scrutiny Committee. The Chairman's announcement. We received a report about the land charge service at our September meeting, explaining service delays and action being taken to address them. I'll provide you with a progress update at our latest committee. We are due to receive a report at our January 2022 meeting, but in the meantime, I've received a further and very positive progress update as follows. In November, we reported that with a larger team, new ICT system and targets in place to reduce waiting times, we have planned to reduce the search response times by the end of November. The team have achieved and planned reduction for November. The average search response time for the whole Dorset Council area during November was 51 working days. This is a significant reduction from an average 62 working days during October. The response time published on the Dorset Council website on the 6th of December as 50 average working days, and this will be updated fortnightly. The number of search requests received during November continued at an increased level compared with the same months in 2019. There has not been a significant reduction following the end of the stamp duty holiday at the end of September. Our data is showing that the response time has continued to improve, and with continued effort of the team and target setting, the rate of improvement experienced in November is expected and planned to continue in the coming months. Okay, and we will have a further report in our January meeting from Miss Evans and her team. So if I move on to agenda item 4, public participation. Ms Watson, do we have any public participation?
No, Chairman, no questions from the public on this occasion.
Thank you. If I move to agenda item 5, questions from members. Do we have any questions from members, please, Ms Watson?
No, Chairman, again, no questions submitted in advance by councillors.
Thank you. If I may move to agenda item 6, the budget strategy report. So members, for your information, the way we've structured this meeting will be that the first one will be an introduction from Mr Aidan Dunn. Then we'll move to a presentation from Mr John Selgren. Then we'll move to a presentation from Mr Aidan Dunn on corporate development. And lastly, we will have a presentation from Mr Jim McManus, Central Finance and Capital. And during each of those 4 phases, if I can remind members to ask any questions through the chair, to keep the RTS in the chat bar and keep the chat bar clear, please, and to remind members of the order of what we're going to do is that first there will be the presentation, and then there will be an opportunity for the portfolio holder to make comments, and then I will go to across the chamber to non-committee members to ask questions or to make comment. After they've spoken, I will then go to the committee for questions, and then the committee to debate, and after that there will be a summary where the officers and myself and Miss Watson and my deputy chairman, Councillor Canning, will summarise and capture those comments that then can be passed over to Cabinet. Okay, so if we go to the first one on agenda item 6, and I'll hand over to Mr Aidan Dunn for his introduction, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And we've got a short presentation, which I'll ask George just sharing the screen. Brilliant. So I'm Aidan Dunn. I'm the Executive Director for Corporate Development. I'm really mindful that we published the papers for Scrutiny back in sort of in late November, ready for the meeting in the 10th of December that was postponed. Since then, we've had the settlement, and we've published an addendum to the paper, and then we're imminent, depending on the outcome of this meeting, to publish the full budget papers ahead of scrutiny, ahead of Cabinet. So what I wanted to do through this short presentation is to recap and to summarise the movements that have happened following the local government provisional settlement that's been announced. So if you'll just indulge me for approximately 10 minutes while I set the scene. So the context for the budget setting process for next financial year is and has been one of significant financial and economic uncertainty. We've seen that through COVID, and we're living with that as we speak in terms of the financial uncertainty there. We're seeing an increase in pressures through inflation, and for example, the cost of energy and utilities is predicted to increase quite dramatically as well. So there's a sense of economic uncertainty nationally and if not globally. At the same time, we've been dealing with services which are under considerable pressure. As we know, in particular, adult care services has been under pressure with the demand to get patients out of hospital and supported by social care. And similarly, we're seeing a growing pressure within children's services as well. And also, as we'll hear from John Selgren shortly, his services in terms of the place-based services have been under pressure as a result of COVID. So uncertain times, services under pressure, and What we need, what we crave is long-term financial stability and financial certainty, and what we've got through the settlement is another 1 year funding settlement. So difficult times for us. In order to mitigate those risks from a financial perspective, we've gone through an early and transparent budget setting process, in the sense that we published information in early October. In fact, if we move on to the next slide, we've got a helpful, hopefully, that slide that just summarises the key dates that we've been through. So in early October, we published an early assessment of our budget planning assumptions and have taken those through an informal briefing for all members during November. 10th of December, we had the Public and Health Scrutiny Committee. 16th of December, we then had the Provisional Local Government Settlement. And here we are on the 7th of January with a chance to bring it all together ahead of taking the information to Cabinet next in the week after next. So that's the timetable. The next slide describes the approach that we've gone through, which is one where we've looked at our base budget for this current year. We've looked at the base budget. We've then looked at the pressures that we're experiencing this year that we know we'll be experiencing next year. We've then made an assessment for inflation, built that into the budget assumptions as well. And we've added in where we know that there's increases in service pressures. And we've also adjusted for additional income assumptions. That income is through both charging, be it car parking in particular, as well as government grants. And then finally, the balancing item is the council tax and business rate assumptions as well. So all of those factors give us the budget gap. And then as part of the proposals, we've got some savings through efficiency and transformation that are intended to close that budget gap to give us a balanced budget. And that's the process we've been through. In order to summarise that, some key assumptions are on the next slide. Just once again, this is all detailed within the paper. I just want to draw and highlight things to you. The current budget assumptions show a council tax increase of just under 2%, so 1.99% council tax increase. We are also anticipating a growth in the council tax base, so the number of properties, the number of residents able to pay council tax is growing. There is an assumption that the full council tax social care levy will be added to the council tax, so that's a further 1% there. We're expecting a growth in business rates. Staff pay awards are negotiated nationally, so our assumption around that for next financial year is 2.25%. We put in a general inflation assumption of 2%. That's a sort of a baseline, but in some individual budgets, we've put a further inflation increase because, as we know, sort of utilities and care prices in particular are operating at a much higher rate than inflation, and we can talk about that if necessary. And then we've put some assumptions in around our fees and charges going up by 2.5%, as well as employer pension contribution rates as determined by our actuary. So those are the assumptions that are detailed in the paper that underpin the numbers within the paper, but that is against a context of risk and uncertainty as described by the next slide. So the risk and uncertainty is, a further lockdown and a bad winter. Certainly as we're seeing nationally, a real pressure on the health and care system, and it feels that's imminent for the Dorset system. We've got those pressures of inflation, which I've mentioned, consumer price index sort of getting up towards 5%. There's some of the predictions there, so that's a real challenge. Uncertainty over government funding beyond the 1 year settlement we've been given. Other areas I've got concern are around the high needs block. So this is the cost of providing placements in particular for children with special educational needs who are on an education and healthcare plan. So the amount we're spending exceeds the funding that government gives us specifically for that service. And we've got a cumulative debt that's built up. We need to make sure that we deliver on our savings and transformation, and whilst our position for this financial year is improving, we still need to make sure that we deliver on our transformation, and we haven't been able to do that completely this year, and we need to make sure we've got confidence for next year. And then in amongst all that, we have to be really careful not to try to do too much and end up under-delivering on everything. So we just need to be mindful of our organisational capacity to deliver, be that both number of officers and the skills they have, as well as the market capacity as well. So that's where took us to the 10th of December. The next slide just gives a very simple summary from the People and Health Scrutiny Committee that met on the 10th of December, a good 3-hour meeting that really got under the skin of some of the budget assumptions and some of the service pressures. Real concerns coming through that through that scrutiny committee around whether we'd put in or whether we were underestimating the cost of inflation. And then in particular as well, whether the budget proposals were realistic in terms of the potential increase in demand for children's services. And rightly so, this was at the time where we'd just had those 2 national cases, those tragic cases about those poor children, and that sense of would that translate into a further demand for children's services in Dorset Council, and had we budgeted for it? So those were the concerns coming out of the scrutiny committee. The following week, we then had the headlines. We had the provisional settlement. So that's the settlement, the announcement from government about how much funding will Dorset Council receive. Now, the settlement was more encouraging than we'd originally anticipated. So our predictions had been quite prudent, and so it was much more encouraging than we'd anticipated. But before I get into that, one of the other factors we'd been able to explore as we reached the end of November was the increase in our tax base growth. So we had anticipated a certain level of tax base growth, but actually our predictions now we can update, and that improved our position by 400,000, 0.4 of a million there. So the budget that we'd presented to the scrutiny committee on the 10th of December had a £4.5 million gap, and by this tax base growth improvement enabled us to reduce that £4.5 million gap to 4.1 million. And then we received the provisional settlement announcement from government, and that announced an extra 10.4 million for Dorset Council, more than we'd anticipated, and the details of that are in the addendum to the paper that we've published for this meeting. However, it's all caveated, so 3.1 million of that 10.4 million is for 1 year only. So we have to be really careful that we don't spend it on recurrently, for example, on staff or that sort of thing, where we've got a current commitment but without the recurrent funding. So we have to be really, really cautious. Secondly, some of that additional funding is has been ring-fenced by government specifically for specific things. So we can't just use it how we wish. And thirdly, as ever with this, we get an announcement, we get a funding allocation, and the detail of what it's meant to be spent on doesn't necessarily follow. So we have to have a word of caution there. But that said, the proposals on the next slide, as detailed in the addendum, describe what our thinking is, or what the administration's thinking is around this additional 10.4 million. So first of all, we want to close the budget gap, and I said, as I described, a 4.5 million gap had reduced to 4.1, and then that would be closed by that extra 10.4 million. Secondly, government explained to us, or just told us, that 1.2 million of the additional 10.4 million must be spent, or should be spent, on what is called market sustainability and the fair cost of care preparatory work. So this is all about the national announcements about the care price, about the cap to individual contributions to the cost of care, but in particular about residents who are self-funders being able to access the care prices that Dorset Council pays. So there's a whole lot of work that needs to be done there, and government's earmarked 1.2 million of that for us to do that work. And then thirdly, one of the administration's keen areas for development that we hadn't quite been able to fund fully through the original budget proposals is around housing, about increasing the number of housing, the level of housing capacity through our registered housing providers, as well as improving the quality of stock generally. So the proposal is to earmark about 700,000, possibly a little bit more, around of that 10.4 million, and earmark it to housing as a priority. Now, we take all those three factors, that leaves a balance of 4.4 million, and the proposal since December has that 4.4 million should go into the contingency. So that's a contingency budget held centrally. So rather than being transferred into individual budgets within individual directorates, it'll be held centrally to manage the risk, and in particular, the risk that's been raised through scrutiny committees. So first of all, we wanted to earmark 1.5 million of that 4.4 million as a potential pot for additional inflation pressures as inflation continues to increase. And secondly, to ring fence 2.9 million of that contingency to reflect potential increases in demand, in particular for children's services, but also for adults, and NI national insurance implications as well. So some of our providers will be experiencing an increase in pressure through national insurance increases. So we wanted to ring fence some money to hedge against those risks. And all in all, that means that the budget, the contingency, so that centrally held money to offset risk, rather than the 5 million we'd originally proposed, we're able to increase it to 9.4 million, which is encouraging. And on the back of that, one of the things that I'm proposing to do through the budget setting process is to reduce our risk assessment of our ability to achieve our budget next year. So we had previously flagged it as a high risk, but given that this extra money has become available, I'm minded to reduce my Section 151 assessment to say it's a medium risk budget next year rather than a high risk. I'm going to move on to my final summary slide, which just shows what does this mean for individual directorates. So we will have seen an earlier version of this in December, but now have updated it in light of what the updated settlement from government. So I'd just like to draw out a few factors here. So first of all, if we look at the bottom line, the amount of funding, or essentially the budget that Dorset Council will have next year based on these proposals, it's an increase of 19.2 million, which is essentially a 6.1% increase in budget and in spend power for Dorset Council. That's in the context of a 3% increase in council tax for residents, so 2% council tax, 1% social care precept. So 3% increase for our residents, but actually we're able to increase our spending power by 6% as a consequence of increasing the number of people paying council tax and business rates, but also as a consequence of the government grants. And just to put that into context for a second, a 3% increase for residents for a Band D council taxpayer, that equates to £1.02 per week increase in their council tax bill. So that's first message is around spending power. Secondly, you can see the significant proposed investment in adults, their 10% increase in adults and a more modest 3% for children's services, 3.8% for children's services. That was explored by the People and Health Scrutiny Committee. So today we're looking at the other two areas, or the other three areas, a 2% increase for corporate, the 9% increase in place, and then we've got the adjustments around the more technical budgets of contingency, capital financing, and the other central budgets. So this sets the tone, the agenda for the rest of this morning as we go through those factors. So if we can, if I pause there, that's the summary and hopefully helps you recap and navigate through the papers that you've got in front of you. I'll hand back to you at that point, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. And I'll just go to the non-committee members if there's any points of clarity that they wish to raise at this moment. But Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Chair. Happy New Year, Aidan. One of the advantages of the people in Scrutiny Committee overrunning and then therefore the delay in this is because that you can go and scrutinise. I had one or 2 points, and I think it was me that first raised the issue of the inflation figure. My question today was completely blown out of the water by your additional contingency putting into inflation, because I had some real concerns. So thank you for a really professional explanation. Got some real concerns. I think you have covered them with the contingency, but looking at some of the internal markets that we play in, you know, sort of the inflationary figures within those, 5% plus is where we're looking at. So I think one of my two major questions has been answered. So thank you for that. Much appreciated.
Chair, could I respond, Chair? Chair. Thank you, Councillor Gray. And we're really mindful that at the previous scrutiny committee, we didn't provide sufficient detail to allay your concerns. And in the budget paper that we go into that will be published on Monday, we go into more detail about 3 specific areas where inflation is a real concern to us rather than just a general. So first of all, street lighting, the energy consumption. So we've put an additional allocation in beyond the 2% for street lighting. Secondly, for children in care price increases beyond the 2%. So we've put in a specific allocation for that as well. And then in addition, adult care prices as well. So we've got 2% for most things, but those specific areas, street lighting, energy costs, adult care, children in care, we've put an additional allocation in addition to the contingency. So I think they were really powerful messages that we heard at the scrutiny committee last time.
Can I respond, Chair, please?
Certainly.
Yes, Aidan, really, I was coming from it, those were issues, but I was coming from it from a slightly different perspective, which was you'd made a very conscious effort between the first inflation proposal at 2.5 and then moving it down to 2% when the whole country was going the other way. And I was interested in the behaviour of that. So I started to delve into, and your explanation the first time around was around your confidence that the teams within Dorset Council could negotiate away effectively with our suppliers. I think you used a 2 and 2 sort of proposal, 2% that we would add and 2% that we would negotiate. And given the optimism bias that this council's had, and I'd say that from a positive perspective rather than a negative, because you know, let's go for it. But we haven't been that successful really in achieving some of the things that we wanted to achieve. I was concerned that it was putting real pressure on officers to negotiate rather than get the service away in the way that we would need it. But you've answered that by putting the contingency in. So I'm happy that we'll go for the 2 and 2 with the plug that you've got money in the contingency if your teams can't achieve that. So it's to be commended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. I've got Councillor Nick Ireland.
There you go. Okay, a bit slow. Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Picking up on the inflation a bit. One of the things that I mentioned to the Chief Executive, I met with him earlier this week. Inflation includes obviously power, and you've just mentioned 2% for your street lighting, but obviously includes any power our estate users, so our buildings, I guess potentially some of our schools, gas as well as electricity. And I know we're trying to mitigate some of that by sticking solar panels on, and I'm glad to say I had part of that, helped in that process yesterday at planning, but that's not going to offset the increases that are coming down the line for electricity and gas. And I appreciate that councils, etc., aren't limited by the domestic cap on prices. And I remember, I think it was back in 2020, we renegotiated possibly gas and electricity, certainly electricity, because we were pushing for Councillor Bryan to move to a green tariff. So and I don't know whether that's fixed, and if so, how long it's fixed for. But you know, I've just been looking at the tariff I'm on domestically. I'm with Octopus, and I'm on a fixed tariff until March. And if I renew today, and I've just done the calculations, my electricity cost would go up 121%. Yeah, 121, not 2%, and my gas would go up 172%. Which is considerably more than the sort of inflation we've got in the budget. So I think my question is, you know, what sort of increases are we really looking at for the energy cost, the energy to this council in terms of our, you know, our electricity or gas usage? I guess most of our buildings are heated by gas, and also of course fuel is going up as well. So obviously our fleet is mostly diesel, I guess. So there's cost there. So those figures aren't in the budget, and you know, if our electricity costs did go up 100%, how much would that be, and what sort of impact it's going to have? You know, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland. Mr. Dunn.
I've done the calculations for my own domestic situation. In fact, my domestic supplier is one of those that's collapsed, and I've been transferred onto the national tariff, and those sort of figures are, 100% increase in price. I can really recognise that. From a Dorset Council perspective, we're fortunate that our energy buying is done through a consortium with other local authorities, so part of a national consortium. And first of all, our suppliers that we use and that we're locked into contracts with are npower and Total. So both of those are big national suppliers, and we believe much more resilient than some of the more local or smaller suppliers that have collapsed quite recently. So first of all, in terms of resilience of supply, we've got a large degree of confidence on those. Secondly, the benefits of being a part of a large consortium is that we're able to forward buy into the future. So we were able to buy buy energy when prices were actually at a very low sort of last year. And that gives us, we're able to buy energy at those low prices up until, I think it's September, October this year. So that's good, but the risk then is about September, October. What happens then? Do we suddenly get a big price increase? The way the consortium works is it does buy packages of energy sort of on a sort of quarterly basis in that sense. So we're able to smooth our way through. And as a council, we're able to forward buy up to 36 months in advance. So it just does give us that longer term price stability perspective. So that's kind of like my general sense of where we're at. Councillor Ireland, if you'd like a more detailed explanation, I've got my colleague Dawn Adams, who does the actual buying, who's sort of standing by if you'd like a bit more information, or have I responded sufficiently at this point?
I guess it's whether the amount we're likely to increase or cost by is significant in terms of the overall budget. I guess so maybe she should just give an indication.
Dawn, are you able to join us for a second and introduce yourself and say a few words?
Hi. Yeah, we were fortunate. We're actually part of this LASER, the consortium, as Aidan discussed, and we benefit from them. Actually, they're experts in the field, really, and they actually spot buy, purchase our electricity and gas when the market's right. Also, we can actually buy up to 36 months. So is actually looking at where the price is right. So they're actually monitoring various different factors in the market, not just gas and electricity prices, but they also things like storage, that affects prices as well. So that's what we do, and it's actually buying at the right time. So we're benefiting from that big buying power of the local authorities as part of LASER.
Councillor Ireland, does that answer your question?
I guess sort of. It's probably something we need to take up further later on. Would be interesting.
As I've said, I've put in the chat bar, just reminding members that all I want is points of clarity at the moment to Mr. Dunn, because we do the deep dive later in the meeting. I've got Councillor Taylor next.
Okay, I think mine may not be for clarity, but I'll ask it now simply because you've come on to me. This question sort of relates back to the question I asked at People and Health Scrutiny Committee, and also to the response I had from Peter Wharf and also from Councillor Spencer at Full Council. And it comes back to how we're dealing with central government to increase the income into Dorset. I see on the paper at 12.9 we talk about the revenue support grant having been cut in 2015 and the detrimental effect that's had on Dorset. And I also look at things like the one-year settlement, and Aidan has said again that we crave a longer than a one-year settlement. It's so difficult to set budgets. And this is meant to be a positive comment, not a negative comment. But it's also a plea that says, at the moment, what we appear to be doing is writing to central government and going and talking to them. what else can we do, basically? Because what we've been doing for the last, as long as I've been a councillor, isn't working. Since I've been a councillor, which is, gosh, 15 years, we write to central government, we then go and talk to them, and we get very little back. We need to start taking a different approach to central government. And I'd be really interested whether, I see Councillor Flower has come on. It's not meant to be a negative comment at all, but what I want to see is something different, because if we always do what we've always done, we'll always get what we've always had. Thank you.
Councillor Dunn, I'm perfectly prepared to allow the lead to answer that, because I think it tinges more on a political answer, possibly.
Good morning, Chairman. Yes, I'm more than happy to comment on the point that that Jill's made. I think some of the answers to her question are reflected in the improved settlement that we've got this year. That's one of the things. The other one is that there will be pretty confident there will be a 3-year settlement for the next year. And the areas that I've been particularly keen on pushing, and Aidan knows this, is the rurality of Dorset. Like all the shires, a lot of the services we deliver cost more to deliver because of the sparseness of our geography, and it's an area that the government have recognised, and hopefully part of the formula will be adjusted to take some of that into account. We can only wait and see, and we'll obviously I'm sure we'll get some sort of consultation at some point on how that's going to be done. It's one of the long overdue areas of government promising and looking at the way they structure the annual settlements. Unfortunately, COVID's got in the way of doing it more than year on year. I mean, I did say this at full council that actually the 1-year settlement this time is a good thing, actually, perversely, because not only do we get a better settlement, we've given the new Secretary of State, Michael Gove, the opportunity to make his case for a better deal for the councils that he represents. So I'm optimistic about that. I think the budget that Aidan's very eloquently set out for you this morning with some of the background detail is a strong budget. He's moved the risk from high to medium. I think that's absolutely right. There's a great deal more confidence about the way in which this budget has been based, about the increased benefits of financial support from government that we've seen today. And I think we need to, and I will continue to lobby. I will continue to be an advocate for Dorset, as I am all the time. And you hear me say it repeatedly, and we will get, and we are getting better recognition for some of the challenges we got. And I'm sure that will continue in the future, Chairman. So I am optimistic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader.
But may I come back?
I was just going to ask Mr. Dunn
Chairman?
if he wished to add anything first, or would you prefer to hold council? No, I quite understand. Councillor Taylor.
Yep. If I can just come back, Councillor Flower, on that. I think what we have been given has been absolutely great, and yes, I do commend the fact that we've had a larger amount of money than we had predicted. But, and there's always a but, an awful lot of it is ring fenced, an awful lot of it is 1 year only. And, you know, this just doesn't do for good long-term planning. And every year, it seems to be forever that we've just had these 1 year settlements. Something may well come up next year that says that we will get yet another 1 year settlement, which it just doesn't work for local government. And how on earth can we get that through to central government that it doesn't work for us? But can we please start looking outside the box at alternatives? I'm not an expert. I'm not a financial person. But I know on Weymouth and Portland Borough Council, we were looking at encouraging economic growth within the town by working with government to bring government agencies down at one time. That sort of thing would start bringing real wealth into Weymouth, into Dorset. But we seem to just write letters to central government and go and talk to them. And we need to start thinking outside of the box.
May I come back, Chairman?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Well, we are thinking outside the box, Jill. It's a really good point, which is why we're starting to talk to government about a county deal, which is all about economic development and skills agenda, which is, you'll know, living in Weymouth is a big issue down there and I used to live in Weymouth, so I do appreciate the challenges of that particular area, but it's also applies to many other parts of Dorset. So thinking outside the box, we have we are having conversations about what a county deal might do for Dorset. We weren't in the first tranche, but we're certainly going to be hopefully involved in the next one once we understand more about what it can do for Dorset. And you've heard me say many, many times, I will always do what's in the best interests of the residents of Dorset. And if that is an opportunity, I certainly won't miss it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Taylor, are you satisfied with that answer?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. I think your frustrations are shared by all members and all officers, obviously within local government, within Dorset Council, obviously. And you know, I've asked before in cabinet whether or not we could have a webinar with the MPs, because your point is well made that we continually contact the leader. I know is fighting hard at central government to get a better funding deal for Dorset, and I think it would be good to know what our MPs are doing on our behalf in Westminster. And I think really it's high time that we did have the MPs into a webinar in Dorset Council to ask those questions. Okay, Councillor Ezard, I've got you next to speak. Is it a point of clarity, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Shane. Yes, it is a point of clarity. When Aidan was talking about the large consortium that we've got with npower and Total to buy in at low prices, he mentioned that September, October this year. Does he mean 2022, or did he mean only up to October, November 2021? That's what I wanted to clarify. Also, can I just add that I welcome the settlement that is larger that has come forward from the government, and whether it's apportioned and allocated correctly is obviously open to a big debate for us, all our members. And it does curb our 3-year forward planning, which it obviously gives a lot more confidence if we had that for everyone in the county, and especially for members and officers. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. If Aidan could answer that, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dunn.
Yep, and I'm just looking that up. So yeah, we have so we're in a deal up until October 2022, and then so the next period, and so we're already sort of looking and to buy and try and get a good deal for the period from October 22 into 23, and that's what we factored into our budgets as well.
Thank you.
Chairman, you're on mute.
Thank you, Councillor Canning. I'll move to the committee members now, if there's any points of clarity from any committee member. Sorry, did you hear me or not?
No.
That was a technical issue there. I said that I would move to committee members to any points of clarity now, please. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
I think
got
Councillor
RGS.
Andrews is next.
Okay, Councillor Andrews.
Yeah. Oh, Aidan, thank you very much. I'm looking at the budget proposals in front of me now. The slide is still up on the screen. Adjusted budget 21-22. Just picking on people, children's especially. 71.7 million. What was it originally if it's been adjusted?
So that adjustment, for example, is going to be around the special educational needs transport that has transferred from the children's services budget. So this time last year, when we set children's services budget, it included the budget amount for special educational needs transport. During the course of this year, that has been lifted and transferred into place, and we'll hear a little bit more about that. I haven't got the numbers exactly to hand, but it's that sort of adjustment. And I can provide those that as a supporting paper if you'd find it helpful.
So carrying on from that and point of clarity, what was the projected overspend for this year or this financial year that we're currently still in on children's services?
So let me just bear with me. My colleagues has updated me. The original budget for children's services this year, it started the year at 76.6 million. and then the transfer for special educational needs means it's reduced down to 71 million.
Yeah.
In terms of children's forecast overspend for this current financial year, I think it's a relatively low amount. Bear with me while I try and find the right paper.
Okay.
And so we'll be publishing, here we go, we'll be publishing the Q3 financial report on Monday for Cabinet.
Yeah.
So children's services at the moment, it's around the 2.7 million overspend for children's services for this current financial year.
That's up to the end of the third quarter, or that's projected?
So
to the end of
that's
the year?
projected based on information to the end of the third quarter.
All right. Okay. So 2 yeah. So and with the national trend of children's services being even more pressured, and we're predicting less children in that's going to be a problem anyway. I'll come on to that in more detail when we get to the children's services part, if we get to that budget.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think children's services was kind of explored in detail at the previous committee, and hence the budget, hence the contingency increase that we've put in to mitigate some of that risk.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Thank you for your patience. Councillor Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Aidan, it's really just a clarification on the JNC Award, which has that now been confirmed at 2.25, and as it's backdated, I mean, we're nearly at the end of the financial year. The presumption is that you have allowed for that increase backdated. My clarity is there is obviously a turnover of staff, and this also affects, because I sit on the pension committee, will staff who have left, will they or retired, will they receive the backdated award for the period that they were working? And has this, and obviously that has increased pension commitments and increased national insurance. Is that budgeted for in your calculations?
Good question. So the pay award for this current year, so for 21-22, hasn't been agreed yet. So the unions are still in negotiation with the national pay body, potential risk of strike action, that sort of thing. We have set aside an amount within this year's budget, and including in our forecasts, to meet what we anticipate would be agreed through the pay award. If a member of staff, and once again, that's held within contingency to meet that pay award. So we've set aside about £2.5 million in our contingency this year for that pay award. And staff that have earned the money but have since left, I think our policy is to make sure that they get the money that they're entitled to, because it's taken so long to reach that pay negotiation. And then once that's resolved, I think the negotiations will then immediately restart for next financial year. And as you've seen in the figures, we've allowed for 2.25% increase. And I think, you know, one of the key factors around the negotiation of that will be what's agreed for this financial year, and whether who knows whether it's a multi-year settlement for pay. So we've set aside contingency as much as we can anticipate at this stage in both this year and for next year.
Thank you. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I've got Councillor Canning to speak next.
Yes, thank you. Firstly, I just want to say I think this is a big step forward, both from previous years and from the first draft that we saw late last year. In the sense that actually we're getting a budget that's far more realistic and far closer to what is actually likely to happen, rather than the optimism bias, which I think has been there in certain previous years. And I think part of that is a recognition, and I thank you very much for taking that on board, about the need to now make further allowances for inflation. I'm still not personally convinced that we've probably gone far enough in that direction, but I think we are at least moving in the right way. But I would think that one area that might have just slightly been overlooked because of these changes rather late in the year is the fees and charges that we're looking to charge as a council. We're still, I think, earlier on talking about sort of the 2.5% range, whereas realistically we're talking about a 3% range for increase in council tax. We're talking about national inflation being at 4 or 5, and it does strike me that we're being a bit generous to only be looking at fees and charges increases of 2%. and that really we should be closer to what's happening generally across the board with inflation, and looking to increase our charges by maybe some more like 4%. I just wondered if you want to comment on that, and how much money would we actually be talking about if we were to be a bit higher on our increase in charges than we're currently looking at.
Okay, thank you. A really good question. So our general assumption is 2.5% for fees and charges, and we've uplifted the budgets accordingly. But within that, there's individual areas that are looking at a more substantial increase. And I think a classic example of that would be the car parking charging policy, which we might want to explore in the next sort of few minutes. So our general budget planning assumption is 2.5%. Individual directorates and individual services may be looking at more than that in terms of sort of, as you say, sort of reflecting market conditions, reflecting conditions for the consumer as well. So I think I'm just getting a couple of comments through from my colleagues. But I think that's probably all I can say at this point. If we may, we'll do a quick sort of rough and ready calculation about what an extra 1% on our fees and charges would look like, just to give you a flavour for that. But I think that's it's a good point. But a good point, but you might want to explore that in more detail, in particular with Place, which is where the main charging area is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I can now move to Councillor Took.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wanted to get a little clarity on the line in the slide on screen at the moment relating to contingency, capital financing, and other central budgets, where the base budget was reduced down to 4 million. But of course, this is then, I assume, affected by the increase of or the allocation of the 10.4 million. Is this line still accurate, or is there something I'm missing in it? Mr.
Dunn.
Yeah, so we will be going into this in more detail a bit further along the line, but could I just sort of ask my colleague Jim McManus to come in and just give us sort of a headline on this, and as I say, we'll come into it more detail later. Jim.
Thanks, Aidan. Morning, members. Jim McManus, Corporate Director for Finance and Commercial. Yes, I think you've answered your own question, Councillor Took. The reason it appears to have gone down is there is more grant that has gone in there, so it brings the net figure down. So there's a little bit more context in one of my slides on where our base budget is. That might help, but we can also provide you analysis later on. Of course, bearing in mind, as Aidan says, some of these things are parked there temporarily during the course of the year as we review this and what it is that some of that money is being required to be spent on. It will move out, but we keep a reconciliation of what goes in and out of the contingency budget and central budgets during the course of the year, which is scrutinisable at any point in time.
Okay, I look forward to seeing the detail later. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Took. Councillor McManus, sorry, Mr. McManus, while I got you on, it was a question that I was going to ask as well. I mean, part of that is from slippage from where we haven't been able to complete projects. Is that correct?
No, not yet. I can pick up the slippage point about capital projects in the 2 slides that I've got later on, though, Chair, if that's okay.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Okay, I've got no further questions. So on that basis, then, thank you, Mr. Dunn, for your presentation. And I'll move now to Place and for Mr. John Selgren to give his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. If I can have the first slide up, please. So I know there's been a strong request for members to focus on, if you like, to focus on the numbers. And this slide, I'll just walk you through, is, if you like, what I describe as the anatomy of the Place budget. We tend to focus quite rightly on the services, things that we do and things that we deliver. This slide, I hope, responds to a question I know a number of members have raised with me directly and in these sorts of forums around how does it actually work. Many members of Dorset Council, of course, very familiar with local government budgets over a long period of time, others perhaps less so. I know many of you coming from an industry and commercial background, the ways that things are accounted for in local government are slightly different than they are in the commercial sector. So what I'm going to do is just give you the flavour how that budget comes together. How does it actually work? What's the bit behind the scenes, behind the curtain, that I hope will resonate for you and connect with some of the things that you'll be familiar with other budget setting processes. If I start with the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th lines first, those are the big drivers of cost. So these are things that drive expenditure in the directorate. And as you'll see, the largest of those, around 61 million, is in relation to pay. And that's what you'd expect. The bulk of our services are delivered by our staff, and you know and see many of those out and about in the community in their logoed outfits and so on. Of course, other of us who are office based, you're also familiar with. So as you'd expect, the bulk of the directorate costs lie in the staffing resource, and that's that one. The next one down, premises. I suspect I don't need to say a great deal about this, but you're very familiar that we run a goodly number of our place services out of very prominent premises in the community, libraries in particular, well known to many of you. But of course, we run our things like our waste, our highways and our street scene services from a range of depots spread across the Dorset Council area to make sure that we operate those services in an efficient way. Similarly, transport, you'll have certainly seen many of the logoed vehicles. In fact, at least 20% of you will look out of the window this morning and hopefully see one of our refuse vehicles collecting your waste this morning. So transport is a key underpinning of delivery of place-based services, and of course not just in waste but also in areas like highways, but similarly things like regulatory services. You'll see the use of liveried vans and so on. So those are reflected in there, and of course we provide the fleet service on behalf of the whole council as well, which I'll talk about perhaps in a moment. Services and supplies are exactly what it says on the tin. Those are things that we need. Those are the materials, those are the parts, those are the bits of paper and the paper clips and all those sorts of things that go into delivering those services. The next two down are really more in the kind of technical accounting arena, but they're the other payments that we need to make to third parties and others, where we effectively procure, buy things in from other people. And if I then come back in expenditure terms to two at the top, I'm not quite sure democratic services we love dearly, but clearly merits its own line, which is slightly perhaps out of kilter monetary wise with the figure above. But if you bracket those two lines together, those are the corporate services costs. So those are effectively the costs that we as a directorate pay in the main to Aidan and his colleagues for things like payroll services, for IT facilities, for the operation of those corporate support functions which keep our business going and support us in the day-to-day work of the directorate. If I come to the set of figures below that, so the one that begins government grants specific, so members will know that a number of years ago, government sought to move away from general grant giving to local government and tapered that general grant away over a number of years. Nonetheless, in place, as happens in the people services as well, there are still a number of specific government grants in place, particularly things like highways, where the government continues to provide a specific grant for a specific purpose and specific function, and that's what those are. So these, I'm beginning now to describe the things where the Place Directorate receives income in to contribute towards the delivery of those services, and the gross expenditure figure of around about 150 million. The second one of the reimbursements and the contributions, again, I think, Aidan, correct me, but those in the main relate to internal recharge functions, so things where in many cases we're providing services to other parts of the council, so in areas like assets and property, we're providing services to other parts of the Dorset Council delivery, and we receive reimbursement by way of internal charge back to cover the costs of providing those. Fees and charges, I think, Chairman, this is a particularly relevant one, and I'll come back to this again later in the presentation. Increasingly, your decision as members have been to try and optimise and maximise fees and charges, and in areas like car parking in particular, well known to everybody certainly around the virtual table this morning. Increasingly over a series of years, and you took a significant move with that last year, to begin to bring more in from direct fees and charges to end users rather than drawing from general taxation. I'll again just come back and summarise that in a moment. Similarly, there are also some other internal income charges where effectively I talked earlier about the sort of the general contributions that are made for things like assets and property by way of recharges, but there are also some examples of where we effectively directly charge for internal services. That's why those are two distinct lines. They're broadly the same thing, but they're for accounting purposes they are distinct. And similarly, the next one is largely a sort of, if you like, a kind of technical adjustment that Aidan and Jim deal with around just making sure that the thing works across the piece, and we are in line with the SIP for accounting requirements. So again, I put that into the realms of a sort of technical adjustment. So I think, Chairman, the summary I'd give there, I hope that very clearly describes what it is that it costs to run the place services, but equally to demonstrate that point that we as a council are moving increasingly towards charging directly for services. And of course, the balance then is the bottom line, the 82 million, is the part that is covered in the main by council tax and business rates. So that's the element that's borne by the general taxpayer. Little bits above are those where we're increasing charging more to the direct end user. I hope that was helpful just by way of background. Chairman, I just want to pause there. I'm very conscious that's a lot of information, perhaps quite technical. So, and again, if Aidan or Jim perhaps wanted to clarify any points that I may not have quite crystallised precise accounting terms, I'd be grateful.
Okay, Mr. Dunn, Mr. McManus.
No, I'm well done, John. Well done.
Similarly, share nothing from me either, John. Thank you. Well done. Happy to help with questions if I can, though.
Okay. Are you happy to take questions during the presentation, then, Mr. Sogren? Generally, I like to take questions
after
after
I
the
think
presentation.
particularly before we move into, because I know, as I said at the outset, I've had some very helpful feedback from members about really you wanting in these sessions to really focus on the numbers, to really understand how the council's budget's constructed, how it works, and those things that you're making some quite important policy decisions on, particularly in relation to opportunities to increase income, which is a very key element of the resourcing in place. We've spent a lot of time during the course of this year, actually in the budget briefings we did our portfolio holders to actually get under the skin a lot of these sorts of issues. So again, I thought that this morning, hence why sharing this table with the committee, you would find it helpful just to understand that headline of where does the money go to, and where do we draw that money from. So I'll just perhaps pause that point just to check that members around the table are clear about that before we get into the details of the budget movements for next year.
Okay, I'll generally I prefer to take questions at the end of the presentation, but on this occasion I'll take them during the presentation. So if any non-committee members, I've got Councillor Gray first.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Happy New Year, John. Can I mention the word, the dirty word that we don't talk about very much, which is commercialisation in local government. I would like to see, it's a bit of an ask really rather than a question. I'd like to see the fees and charges. I'd like to see, I know it's a bit of a dangerous report sometimes just to have an income report because everybody jumps on, but your directorate relies so much on this. You look at the 46 million out of the 148, and it also gives you a very broad direction of where the council's going with specific fees and charges. I'd like to see on a quarterly basis some sort of fees and charges, or a half-year basis, a detailed report that's included in the pack, really, with the usual health warnings. I don't think we do that. It's just that, you know, councils are ever moving towards this specific charging as an integral part of budgeting, as you know, particularly in your directorate. So I'd like to see us focus the numbers right down on this particular line. I'm not particularly worried about the others, the grants and that, but the fees and charges are entirely within our control. So I think I'd like to see that, and it sort of relates back to Councillor Canning's points about whether fees and charges at 2.5 is enough, given that we had a very strong debate at the Harbours Committee about fees and charges being 3%, and I was advocating perhaps 4%. This would be a perfect vehicle if we had this summary report to really look into that. And I do take the point about that Aidan said about car parks and being higher, but it would really allow us to scrutinise the charges on a yearly basis. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, I think Councillor Gray makes an extremely good point. That would be very helpful. So it's quite correct that increasingly the council generally, but I think as Councillor Gray says, the Police Directorate in particular, has sought to respond to that challenge of becoming more commercial. And that, of course, is helpful at one level, because, as I've said, I think that members have feel it is appropriate to charge end users directly for the benefits of things they're receiving, things like car parking, rather than those being borne by everybody as part of the general taxation. Equally well, of course, this begins to move us from the more familiar world of a council where, you know, income is fairly predictable because it comes in through a known amount through business rates and council tax, into a world where we become more like a commercial organisation. Of course, as members will know only too well, that carries, of course, commercial risk, because whilst we can set fees and charges at a particular level, we are then dependent on the market forces, which will or will not ensure that income actually comes in. In some of the comments I'll make in a later part of the presentation, I'll just talk a little bit more about that, because clearly it is, it's a policy decision you quite rightly make, but it's also important. I think that's what Councillor Gray is also driving at in terms of regular reporting. It's making sure that members also understand the risks that are associated with taking that more commercial approach, and that as a council being prudent in how we effectively take on the risk of the commercial operations. And I can talk about some of the areas in place where we do that as part of the questioning.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Councillor Gray makes a very good point, possibly that a quarterly report could be brought either to the Scrutiny Committee or to Audit and Governance. I'm not sure where it would lie, possibly with this one in terms of surrounding place. But of course we also have to be mindful of double taxation when we start charging. So it is a bit of a minefield. Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Bartlett. If I can just ask a question about the paper. In 10.1, we talk about economic growth. We talk about that we will deliver, as one of our corporate priorities, we'll deliver sustainable economic growth, increased productivity and a number of high quality jobs in Dorset. Then when I go down the paper, if you go on to 16.25, let me just scroll down onto it a second. The only part I can see economic growth mentioned within this paper is on 16.25, which talks about service transformation of planning, operations of Dorset Travel, and consistency of parking charges. I can't see how the first statement that I made correlates with the second. Are we, I mean, the economic growth team will still be there. Are we flatlining them? We're not actually investing in any more into economic growth. We are just leaving them as they are. Because if we have a priority around economic growth, we have a priority around economic growth and we need to do something about it. So it's just, I don't understand how we can have a priority on economic growth, and yet within this paper, the only thing that we're seriously looking at is reforming our planning system, Dorset Travel, and looking at car park charges. I don't know whether you would like to comment.
Chairman, can I just suggest it might be more appropriate to hold that question till we get into the general debate about the cost pressures and growth items on the budget. So I paused briefly because I just want to make sure that members were clear about the kind of analysis I'd given of where the money comes from, where it goes to.
I do apologise. I'm doing about 20 things at the same time at the moment, and I thought this was an appropriate place to put this question in. So I'm more than happy to hold that question for later, and I do apologise to both you and to Councillor Bartlett.
That's quite right. Just do come back later again, Councillor Taylor. So I don't have any other questions, so I'll go to the committee, please. Is there any questions on the information that's been given so far in the presentation? I don't have anything from the committee as yet, so do you continue, Mr. Selgren?
Thank you, Chair. I certainly said, Councillor Taylor, no apology needed. That's a very good question, I think, when we come to the relevant point in the discussion. If I could have the next slide up, please. This may be the point, Chairman, as I've indicated. We've divided this by portfolio, which certainly I think members find a useful way to look at it. And there's two things in each group of lines for the portfolio holders. They're the cost pressures that we've got that we'll be reflecting or are reflected in the report that Aidan has prepared. And similarly, there are the savings and budget reductions that we're seeking to bring forward. I know, if I may, Chairman, the portfolio holders were particularly keen to be with us this morning and to perhaps offer members their perspective on these things. So if you might, it might be helpful if you could just invite them perhaps to comment on each of them.
Certainly. Do you want to take it in order on the list, Mr. Selgren?
No, if I may, perhaps there is a slide that actually appears later in the deck that it struck me. It might be just helpful if I just sort of just refer to now before you perhaps invite the portfolio holders in. You may want to perhaps do it in order. And I said it's possible that Councillor Miller may or may not be on the call. So if not, I'll pick up when we come to her line. But in terms of the overall issues in the place budget, what you're looking at in that package of cost pressures and reductions is a mix of things, and Aidan's referred to these as sort of the themes of the budget setting, and these have been recurrent and they apply across much of the council, but they're particularly pertinent in relation to the Place Directorate. So we certainly know that it is the case that despite the fact that we are a number of years in now to the new council, it has taken some time to really get to the bottom of what it costs to run a unitary council. So some of those issues that we need to bottom post local government reorganisation, we do. And again, Chairman, I would particularly want to comment on the direction that very helpfully Councillor Suttle has given as the portfolio holder for finance, in saying that he's very keen that we do get to the bottom of what it costs to run this council. So we've worked very hard on that in the Place Directorate, because fair to say there have been more converged services in the Place Directorate than any other part of the council. So this is not tardiness by any measure, but a recognition that some of those things are still taking time to really clarify and make sure we bottom. But at Councillor Suttle's request, we have responded to that challenge, and that's what's reflected in a part of a number of the lines in the table that you've got in front of you. And that convergence process continues, but equally well so does the transformation process. And I think the other thing, when you hear from the portfolio holders, there's that kind of ongoing narrative of council where we've converged a number of services together. We're seeking to make sure that they're lean and mean and efficient, but that they also are correctly financially based, because clearly we've inherited some assumptions from previous authorities that we've needed to revisit. But equally well, and in parallel with that, we've also commenced a transformation programme. So certainly when Councillor Walsh talks to you about that first line, it's sort of game in two halves, if you like. There's a very strong amount of transformation in planning, but equally well, there's that ongoing getting to the bottom of rebasing. And the other one, which I think is relevant in terms of that interchange we just had around income, the risk does remain. I mean, clearly as a directorate, I've said we've moved very strongly, embraced the commercialism directorate, but of course, sadly, in this particular year, lockdown has shown its the impact on that, particularly in areas like leisure. So again, you'll see in the budget monitoring report, we remain under pressure commercially in relation to leisure, because the lockdown restrictions have impacted on the income that we receive. But what we have done, and again, Chairman, before perhaps so you invite the portfolios to pick up the particular lines, what we work very, very hard at is to make sure that the budget we've presented is realistic. And that's why, if you refer back to Aidan's slide, I accept that there's an element of growth in the base budget for the Place Directorate, which is quite significant. But there is a very rational explanation of all of that, which is effectively the summation of those factors which I've just described to you. So I hope that's helpful context, but Chairman, if you were willing to do so, I think it would be helpful perhaps if you took the portfolio holders as they appear on the list. Okay, will do. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure if I'm seeing the correct slide that's on the screen. You're not seeing my figures, I don't think. The planning services facing financial challenges.
Just have a class the presenter just to flick on a slide. I think Councillor Walsh will have that. There we go. That's, yes, quite right. That's probably a better way to view it.
I'm not seeing another slide.
You should be seeing top 3 cost pressures with the planning ones at the bottom part of that slide.
No.
I can see it.
I can see that.
Oh well. Issues with my screen then, and my pickup. Okay, so you're seeing the figures 290k 572. Those figures?
That's correct. Yep. That's
okay. Well, I'll talk to those then. I wonder why I'm not seeing them. Not happening. Okay. The headline for our budget in planning is Planning Service Facing Financial Challenges. Now, convergence and transformation, cashable and non-cashable efficiencies, realignment of income budgets, LGR budget rebasing and staffing realignments. John has mentioned already, and I'm so pleased that Gary Suttle's sort of headline with all of this is a true budget. Because so many times the budgets before, we've started from inaccurate figures. And we found here that when we brought all of the district councils together, that what they said and what was actually happening weren't the same thing. So the 290, if you're seeing this figure, the 290 is for net transformation target, which we can reach. We can achieve this.
The 572,000 is realignment of income budgets and the rebasing of development management income. Planning fees are set nationally and cannot be adjusted locally. Fees are also dependent upon planning applications being submitted. However, uplift in application numbers has been seen since January 2021. And if this continues into 2022, hopefully, I'm sure it will, the gap in income targets may not be as great as initially feared. The outcome of this is that there is a cautious optimism that we could assume a budget income improvement for 22-23. Then we had rebasing building control income. Building control fee income was set at an artificially high level by about 400,000 due to inaccurately inherited assumptions from district budgets, as I've just said. As with planning, application numbers have seen an increase in 2021, and building control has also secured an increased market share up to 70% in competition with private building inspectors. They have done a fantastic job, David Kitcat and his team. The outcome of this is that there is a cautious optimism that we could assume a budget income improvement for 22-23. Now, 101,000 you see in there, other LGR budget rebasing. This is a legacy budget line inherited from LGR, whereby the former DCP had a target of 100,900 for grants and other donations. However, this was not tied to a predictable source of grant funding. It therefore places unnecessary and unrealistic budget pressures on the service. The 182,000 is staffing realignment. 26,000 of cashable savings have been identified through the transformation work, which I'm very pleased to say. A further 244,000 on non-cashable efficiencies have been calculated, including known reductions in expenditure on IDOCs and the back office system, which of course you know through the transformation and convergence, we've been getting rid of all those different back office systems into one. Now the scope for savings. The planning leadership team have regular meetings with a business accountant in order to forecast budgets and consider scope for savings in summary. 73% of the gross budget is staff costs. There is minimal scope for savings within non-staff budget lines, and our budget forecasting has already identified savings where these can be met. Local plan reserves are committed or earmarked for critical evidence and processes needed to ensure Dorset Council local plan is found sound at examination. And the service performs a statutory role and is thus bound by legislative requirements regarding processes, procedures and certain service requirements. Good progress is being seen in securing discretionary income via planning performance agreements and pre-application advice. However, income targets for 2022-23 stand at 400,000 and there is little scope to increase this further. That's speaking to those figures, Chairman. I can't see anything else on the screen, so if there are any questions, I will try to answer.
Chairman, might just would be helpful perhaps to run through each of the portfolios and then take
Sorry.
at the end. If that,
Sorry.
It's not all those.
Okay. Okay.
If that's the point, if that's the point, Chairman, I'm going to pop out and come back in again and see if I can restart this. So.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Walsh, and very well done for the IT issues that you've got. Thank you. Okay, so
I'm not sure if Councillor Miller has been able to join us this morning. You just might want to check. If not, I'm very happy to just cover the lines. So saying.
Okay.
And Chairman, for Councillor Millers, it might be helpful if the presenter could just tip us back to the summary slide with that we had previously.
I was just going to ask that. Thank you, John. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I won't take too much of your time because mine is really quite straightforward. You can see that there's a cost pressure from reopening our customer services.
Take as long as you need, Councillor Miller.
Thank you. You can see that there's a cost pressure there from reopening customer services. We would expect that that shouldn't be an ongoing cost pressure that we take forward with us. There are some savings from the other areas of my budget. The big one really there is waste, and I think it's important to remember that we are benefiting at the moment from a very high recyclate price, which isn't always the case. It is very volatile, and we have put in some contingency for next year to basically work out. We can't predict that we just can't predict that. That's a national trend. It either goes up, it goes down. This year we've been very fortunate to look at, you know, the price that we actually get for our recyclates. So that has come in. I think it's a record price. I don't think we've seen the price as high as it has been. So that has been really helpful, but it may not always be that helpful. The tactical savings from community and public protection, customer services, libraries, those are the savings that we've really been driving out. Thanks to Lisa and all the teams, actually, because those are the tactical savings that we had laid out that we would like to achieve and that we have managed to achieve. I don't think there's anything massively controversial in my part of the pressures and the savings. All I will say is that I agree with the comments that have been made previously around this is a real budget that we can look to have confidence in. The work that's gone on has been really forensic, really detailed, you know, and I'm really content with where we've come to. John, I don't know if you want to, as a relatively new portfolio holder, I hope I've covered everything. I took over this portfolio in November, in late October, and it's quite refreshing coming from adult services to be able to deliver smaller numbers and those budget reductions. So John, I don't know if there's anything that you want to add to what I've said or if I've covered most of it.
Covered it, Councillor. Thank you. And Chairman, I'll pick up some general points around income, because not least because that's been a pertinent part of the earlier conversation. And Councillor Miller mentioned waste, so I will just say a little bit more about that when I come to the cross-cutting items at the end. But certainly, Councillor Miller's given a very comprehensive account of the budget proposals in her part of the portfolio.
Thanks, John, and thank you, Chair. Happy to pick up any questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. So if we move to Councillor O'Brien.
And Chairman, you've got the detail here, but there's also on the slide that we were looking at a moment ago, if the presenter can just move to that, the couple of points in Councillor Bryan's portfolio summarised there, but similarly he may want to refer to the detailed figures as well.
Yes, thank you, John, and thank you, Chairman, and good morning to everybody. I'm Councillor Ray Bryan, portfolio holder for Highways, Travel and Environment, for members of the public that haven't seen me before. Item 1 on this, of course, is the big one that Place is having to deal with, where we've got because of the way we've looked at the SEN transport budget this year, where we've literally taken it apart and rebuilt it, we find there is a discrepancy in numbers between now and previous budgets. This has been identified by thorough work going into it. Unfortunately, we haven't as yet had the chance to make the savings that we believe we can make, so we have to take it that this is the number that is valid. We will be work to put members' minds at rest. We will be and we are undergoing a total relook at the way we provide the transport services. Literally a young person by young person analysis is happening based on every school throughout the county on the travel or the transport services that we provide. I was hoping that I could actually show you one of those, but unfortunately it's not available. But we are going to be holding a webinar that will help people understand the work that is going into this with members in the near future. The important thing is that, as everybody else is telling you, this is an honest budget. This has been very carefully thought through. The work that Matthew Piles and his team have done in coming up with the numbers that I feel confident we can hang our hat on has been tremendous. But unfortunately, it's a bad news item in as much as it's an extra cost. But as I say, I can assure you that during the next few months, we will be working very hard to reduce these costs. Now, some of those cost reductions will be coming from things like we're looking at ways in which we transport the young people of our area. At the moment, we use a lot of taxis. We use a lot of outside contractors. We're looking now at using our own fleet. Modifying the way we use our fleet to adapt accordingly. Many of you will know we've got lots of green minibuses across the county. I think it's 60 plus. Utilisation of those is going to be part of this cost saving that we're looking for, and it's no secret we have a number of fleet cars. There's no reason why we can't use those fleet cars to again reduce the costs, but unfortunately that is work for the future. But I think it's very important that, as I say, the big number in the place budget unfortunately falls within my domain. So I'm trying to give you as broad an explanation as possible as to where we are and where we're going. The second item also comes under me, and it's the 880,000 savings in Dorset Travel, which again is a good news story in as much as we believe we can make substantial savings out of modifying the work that the green bus fleet does in particular. Because at the moment that is heavily committed to adult services. And our plan is to make sure that we get great utilisation out of that fleet, which will show substantial savings. I think that pretty well covers the cost pressures. I will be coming back with some other items later on as we progress, but happy to take any questions on anything I've said so far.
Okay, can we go back to the other slide? Selgren, was there anything
Yeah,
that portfolio holder wanted to pick up on that other slide?
May want to say a little bit about his in assets and property.
Yeah, can I, if it's okay, Chairman, can I, because it's I've got two other items on there that I'd like to briefly discuss if we could.
Yes, please.
There's a health and safety requirement on tree inspections. This is because we need to increase the amount of or the size of personnel in the ARBS team. It's no secret with the climate change issue, we're seeing a lot more trees coming down, and we're doing a lot more inspection work now. So this is a cost pressure going forward. And if I look at the environment sort of a section, it's again we've got some very good points that are coming forward. We're making roads into the commercialisation, for want of a better term. For instance, Dalston Castle will be providing better or an increased in wedding services. We're going to be increasing. We've got some money coming in to improve the revenue we get from the cafe there. If I look at Avon Heath and Moores Valley, which are fairly close to you and I, Chairman, both of those are increasing car park charges, which is in line with our normal or our regular look at car parks. We're also going to have the four-wheel drive vehicles that we talked about in the last budget. They were delayed due to COVID. Those will be coming into force and are on order, so those will happen this year. The mini golf or the specialist golf circuit at Moores Valley, which are all income generated, that is now back online and will be brought into play over the next sort of few months. So we've got some good news and some even better news, although there is the 2.9 million that is a bit of a problem that we need to resolve. But I can assure members that work is happening on that. And if you get the chance and go Pat Mathpal's office, you'll see the work on his boards at the back of his head, showing the spider's web of every school throughout the county and every young person that we transport. Hopefully that explains quite a bit of that. Let me just mention the parking services, 1.6 million. Obviously, this is phase 1 and phase 2 now coming into operation of the car park charges. Can also point out for members of the public who aren't aware of it, car park charges are ring fenced within the highways budget and go towards repairing our roads to supplement the money we get from the DFT. because highways is one of the lower numbers that you'll find in the budget that the local council taxpayer pays for. So our aim within highways is to become self-financing, and I'm hopeful that when we present a budget next year, we will be well on the way to self-financing. A couple of questions that got raised earlier on fees and charges. We're doing an analysis of our fees and charges within highways at the moment, and I will be able to give further detail on that probably in the next couple of months, because we're having to take into account the inflationary pressures as they are. So we will be amending our fees and charges in line with the inflationary pressures that we've got, and we get a fair amount of money from our fees and charges. So you know, I'm quite looking forward to that analysis being finished, and then I can present it to scrutiny at a later date. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add, Mr. Selgren?
I think Councillor Fry may want to briefly touch on the figures in his portfolio area.
Councillor Ferrari, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to move to Councillor Ferrari. I just want to know if there's anything you want to add.
No, so I'm sorry, Chairman, I misheard your question. No, I've nothing further to add to what Councillor Bryan said. Similarly, as I did with Councillor Miller, there's just a couple of general points I'll wrap up when I deal with the cross-cutting lines beneath.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bryan. Councillor Ferrari.
Thank you, Chair. Tony Ferrari, Cabinet Member responsible for assets and economic development. Mine is a very small number in the scheme of these things. The cost pressure line actually isn't any change in the amount of money that we spend, but what it is a more prudent treatment of expenditure that we have historically categorised as capital, and we are moving it into the revenue budget. So actually it's not a change in the amount of money at all, but it does impact on the revenue budget because this is a more prudent way of treating it. Lots of reorganisation is going on across the council. We've completed our structural redesign after the merger of the council this year, and so the cost savings, the 385, is just the redesign of the department working through into the future budgets. Whilst I'm speaking and wearing my economic development hat, it's probably worth me picking up Councillor Taylor's questions. We recognise the significance of economic development, and we've taken advantage of a retirement within the same budget, as this is a budget debate, to appoint a more senior economic development lead officer, and we're working through that process at the moment with the officers. There are also economic development lines that aren't seen within the economic development part of the portfolio because they're actually being driven by assets. So probably the biggest job creation activity that we're doing within Dorset at the moment is on the innovation park, and that's being led as an assets project because it's basically about the land and the building on it. But the core that we're adding to economic development across the county is we are looking at all of our assets from an economic development perspective. So what do we do with South Box House? What do we do with the Innovation Park? What do we do with North Quay to generate economic activity from the use of the council's assets? So that wouldn't appear in an economic development cost line because it's actually occurring within the assets portfolio. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferrari. Did you wish to add anything, Mr. Selgren?
No, thank you, Chair. And if I may, should I just wrap up those last couple of lines, then perhaps we can move forward and begin to get some debate. Savings not achieved is obviously an uncomfortable line to read, I think, but when I unpack that and explain it, it will become evident why. So, as you've heard, there's a fair bit, and in terms of the line below in relation to local government review. So in terms of those overall themes for the budget setting and the very clear direction from Councillor Suttle around making sure that we really have got to the bottom of running the unitary council. So these are in both of those two lines in reality. The other thing, and again pertinent to the discussion we had briefly a little while ago about income, Sadly, because of COVID, as I said in those earlier comments, we set some income targets last year to deliver, which were set very prudently and were set with considerable forethought and analysis. But of course, at that stage, it wasn't known the impact that COVID was going to have upon those. So there's undoubtedly been an impact on income and some of the target, hence the not achieving, in this case, not achieving savings, actually not achieving level income that was anticipated. Councillor Bryan made good reference earlier to a couple of very specific projects in relation to the country parks where we were hoping to generate income. In those particular cases, the particular schemes that he referred to would have been delayed in implementation because of COVID, and hence the income has not come in at the time raised. Again, Councillor Bryan talked about the plans going forward in relation to car parking service and that very clear strategy that's been set to ensure that highways is self-funding, and that is done by recovering appropriate charging through car parking services. Of course, when this committee met 12 months ago to look at budget proposals last year, there were some proposals in there about car parking charges that subsequently members felt it was right to revisit, and indeed, Chairman, through this committee you did that, and of course that did mean that the anticipated income that had been projected in the budget wasn't delivered in full in that financial year. So again, there's that's reflected in that line that you've got. If I may just refer briefly, Councillor Miller made a good point about waste, and it is very significant that it does, there are areas like trade waste where the council does generate significant income, again is run on a very prudent financial basis. But Councillor Miller referred particularly to the income that we generate from recyclers that we collect, and the fact that material prices are currently at a very high level. One of the things we've been able to do through this budget, and I'm grateful for the team in the service for the work they put into it, is we've adjusted the assumptions that are in the revenue budget around this. So we put, and again, I think this is in line with the direction that members have given, and you've reaffirmed again this morning. There's a slightly larger sum put away as what our accountants colleagues are referring to as a buffer. It's effectively a form of reserve. So we're carrying, or will carry, if this budget is approved, slightly greater risk in terms of material price in the amount that we assume in the operational revenue budget of the service. That again has been done on the basis of a lot of very careful research about material prices and the market looking forward. So the council is technically carrying a little bit more risk around that particular budget. But prudent provision has been made for that by slightly increasing the amount that's held in reserve, as is not uncommon in services like waste where prices can fluctuate, so that buffer is there to even out the fluctuation in material prices. So again, I hope members will feel that what we've done is listen to the comments and feedback you've given about how we manage those areas like waste, which have fluctuating income levels, and with our finance colleagues put in place appropriate measures to make sure that we're getting the best financial position on that, but equally well of taking a prudent position in terms of having the buffer which would even out market variations. Chairman, I'll perhaps again pause that point. Just help me, if the presenter could just remind me and just move on to the slide beyond the next one. We've looked at that one. Yeah, that just deals with the movements. I think, Chairman, in many senses, I didn't necessarily want to pause on this. This is the budget movements, again, that relates directly to the paper that Mr. Dunn and his team have put together. So I didn't necessarily want to dwell on that. If we can perhaps just have the next slide, and I think, Chairman, that we've go. Chairman, would you mind if Councillor Bryan perhaps spoke to the matter of climate change, because we know this is one that's close to members' hearts, and there is specific proposals in this budget to respond to the strategy which has been approved by the Cabinet.
Certainly. Councillor Bryan.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, John. As everybody's aware, I'm quite passionate on this subject and quite proud of what we're achieving. Can I just pick up on a few points that are on the screen in front of you? We've taken the stance that tackling climate change is everyone's responsibility throughout the council. That's both members, officers, everybody that we employ. We've all got a duty to work towards this, and it's the centre point of a lot of the things that are now happening. We announced late last year that we're investing in a new corporate director covering climate change. The job has now been advertised, and we're hopeful that by February we will have a list of people that we can interview and make the appointment fairly quickly. The few items that affect the budget is we've got a £10 million climate change capital budget. Do I need to use that this year? No, because we're heavily invested by courtesy of the SALEX fund. Very much of what I wanted on capital in the first couple of years is been taken care of by the SALEX money, 19 million that we got. I'm pleased to say that, having listened to a lot of the comments when Aidan was talking on the problems with electricity and gas, that because of the introduction of heat pumps, solar panels and everything else, this will obviously help our bills. I'm not going to say it's going to negate them, because it won't, but it's a good step forward. As part of the project going forward, I'm looking at the process of the LED street lighting, which again has been mentioned this morning. That becomes a priority for me now, not just because of today's meeting. It was a priority as soon as we saw electricity going up in price. Although we're protected under our agreement, and just to answer a comment that was passed earlier on, yes, we did go for green energy, and we pay a premium price for that of circa 16,000 a year for making sure our supplies are from green source. So again, any reduction I can make in the amount of electricity we use as far as highways is concerned is a benefit to both our budget but also our climate change agenda. I asked for a revenue number to be put in there. Aidan has agreed that we can put a revenue number in there. It's 750,000. This is money that we're going to have to use for buying in help from other departments within the organisation, and also I'm putting a fair bit of pressure under young Mr. Selgrim at the moment to make sure that we employ the right people in the right places to make sure that we can very quickly pick up on when money is available. There's lots of talk from central government that money will be change. We need to be ready with off-the-shelf projects, and we're already working on quite a few of them. So I'm pleased to announce, or pleased to say, that we're ahead of the field on that, and I think that actually is absolutely essential going forward. I'm happy with the money we've been awarded. Like every other portfolio holder, I'd like to have got more, but it's now up to us to generate the extra rather than rely on the taxpayer. And I'm very keen that we get on with that as quickly as we can. So, and I'm sure somebody will raise some questions at some stage, so I'll stand by to answer questions on anything to do with the climate change. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, I think that does bring us to the end of the presentation, but if the presenter could put up the cost pressures and tactical savings slide, that just might be the most helpful summary, perhaps to guide your debate.
Okay, I'd also like, could you just go back to the one, the other slide, not the one after this one, after that, please. And again, that one. Can you just briefly talk us through that, very briefly, because I'm aware this presentation has been quite lengthy. So yeah. It's been very good, extremely valuable, and it's been very informative to the members. But could you just briefly, just quickly talk us through that one, please?
That's it. Thank you, Chairman. Of course I will. That is the table that summarises all of those budget movements that we've been talking about earlier. So some of those things around extra costs, some of those that Aidan was giving his presentation that relate to corporate, and then we go on into those that are the service ones. So that effectively is the summary of the things that are causing the increase in the base.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm going to go to questions from members now, non-committee members, and I've got Councillor Ezard.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, for Ray, really. I noticed that the car parks around Wareham, a lot of them, the actual machines aren't working, and lots of people have contacted me. And also the Purbeck Park, which is Norden, has got the machines covered up. I did put in a question there: is the phase 2 car parking charges started on the 1st of January? I parked in one of them on the 3rd and it still had the covers on. So when are these machines going to be sorted, and can cash be used on them? Because a lot of people haven't got mobile phones with the apps. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Chairman. The machines are in the process of being new machines are in the process of being procured as part of the phase 2 programme. There's £250,000 worth of costs that goes into changing the machines over. We're working on that, and those new machines will still be able to take cash before I get asked the question on that. But that will be happening, and it is likely now that the new car park charges will be delayed for probably a couple of months. I'm waiting for clarification as to when the new machines will be available, but the plans have been pushed back a little bit. In answer to Councillor Ezard's questions, we had a technical hiccup with one of our cash collector companies who actually went out of business and left us trying to find ways in which we could collect the cash. That has now been resolved, and all the machines on the latest information I've got, which is literally within the last couple of minutes, thank you Matthew, is that the machines are up and working. We still have one or two obviously that may be causing us an issue, but if people want to report those to parking services, they can then get people out to deal with it. But no, as I say, the new parking charges will be delayed by a short period, but we need to get the new machines in so that we have standard machines across the county.
Thank you, Mr. Brian. Councillor Azad, you happy with that?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other non-committee members that wish to ask a question before I move to the committee? I'm not seeing anything in the chat bar. Okay, our first committee member to speak is Councillor Took.
Thanks, Chair. Climate change and electric vehicles. I'm presuming that we're looking to increase the use of electric vehicles within our fleet. Not instantly, and I guess this will be a long-term thing over many years. But in light of the increasing electricity charges, have we looked at the impact that they may have on either short-term, if they're going to come down, or permanent if they're not? My suspicion, of course, is once charges go up, they very rarely come down. So what impact are we going to expect on the electric vehicle fleet as it grows this year, next year, the year after, whatever? And are we going to be installing our own electric vehicle charging points within relevant depots or spaces? And what sort of costs might that incur?
Yep, if I can pick up on that one. Thank you for the question, Councillor Took, because it means I can bang my own drum again.
You're welcome.
EV charging is very much a thing that is picking up speed. We're looking at all ways in which we can increase the amount of charging units that we've got out there. But let's talk about our own fleet first. I believe that we're going to split our own fleet into potentially 3 different areas. One is electric vehicles, and that'll be for the smaller units. One will be medium-sized vehicles, and they could be either electric or hydrogen. And I've recently had a discussion with a company on the supply of green hydrogen. And the good news is that if it comes to if we can agree on numbers, then we will be able to have a supply of hydrogen for our own vehicles for the medium and heavy end. But of course, we're also looking at different fuels that go in the diesel vehicles that are more friendly towards climate. So that is a study that is going on already. I am very impatient on this, David. I want to get on with it. And so we're looking at procurement at the moment on the different vehicles. As you know, fleet comes under me as part of my portfolio. So I am a bit of a driving force at the moment between the way we are looking at vehicles that we procure now, bearing in mind we're going to keep them for anything between 7 and 10 years. And I've got target dates I committed to. So we're going to make sure that the fleet replacement programme is brought forward, and I will make sure members are fully informed as to the plan going forward. But I think what I can say is the fleet team are working very hard on looking at what is available now, what is available in 2 or 3 years' time, because what I don't want to do is invest now and then think in 2 years' time, I wish I'd waited. So it's something we need to discuss with the members as to what the members' feelings are on this. So we will be having a webinar when we have some more detail as to the best way forward. But as I say, green hydrogen will be available to us within the next 2 years. And as simple as it is, I want to have green hydrogen supply points at every one of our depots that we can offer to the general haulage industry, which will actually make us money. And this is the sort of positive way in which I want this council to look at, because I want to be at the lead on hydrogen, not at the tail end. Hydrogen is still looked at as being too expensive, but of course it's down to volume. Once you can get the volumes right, you can get the costs down. And electric vehicles at the moment are still far too high in price, but those are coming down. But I think it's an exciting future for the vehicle industry, of which I spent 40 years of my life in. I think it's exciting times for it, and I think it's exciting times for this council. Hopefully that answers your question, David.
To a degree, if I may, Chair. One of my concerns was that we heard earlier about the domestic prices doubling, but we have our own purchasing arrangements to keep those costs of fuel, energy, electricity to a minimum. But what impact does these costs will inevitably rise, I think, and do we know what impact it will have on the budget in terms of extra costs of extra electricity for more electric vehicles? I take your point about hydrogen. I think that's well made, and will go a long way to alleviate it. And I also like to hear the idea that we will be offering a commercial service using hydrogen. I think that's a great idea. But it was just this impact of the increase in electricity prices on our plans to improve our use of electric vehicles, and you sort of touched on that, but didn't directly answer it.
Right, if I may come
Yes,
back,
Brad.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. To be honest, Councillor Tuck, it's a balancing act between the cost of diesel and the cost of electricity. Bearing in mind that the maintenance side on an electric vehicle will come down quite dramatically, I actually see a fairly negative impact on going electric. In fact, I see it as a positive side. Diesel is getting more expensive by the day. 146 today. It is at my local garage. That is always going to be substantially higher than the cost of electricity at the EV charging points. So I hope that as we change to electric vehicles, we'll see savings. Our own electric vehicles will be utilising PV panels on every single building we've got. We've purchased a substantial amount of them under the Salex funding, and obviously we'll be able to recharge our own vehicles at fairly negative costs or fairly low costs. So I can't give you the actual numbers. If you want the definitive numbers, if you can give me a few days, I'll get them worked out for you and forward them to you. Be a pleasure.
Thank you very much indeed, Ray. Much appreciated. And I think the strategy going forward is a good one. I just want a little reassurance, and I think you've provided that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Took. Thank you, Councillor Ryan. My next speaker is Councillor Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to come in on the fees that Councillor Gray raised earlier on, and he made reference to the harbours. There is a recommendation coming to full council for those. So, but members may be reassured to know that we are looking between. There are increases between 3 and 10% proposed, and those have been benchmarked because we are commercial operations and have been benchmarked with many other harbours, similar harbours along the south coast. And we are, as John Selgren mentioned, we do have to be aware of the commercial side of this. And also, of course, under the strategy that we're developing for the harbours, we are aiming to make them self-sufficient. And so that it is not an increase in fees to the general place directorate, but it will be a reduction in some of the capital and revenue expenditure on the maintenance of the harbours. So it's a more self-contained budget within the place budget. I just wanted to clarify that slightly.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Okay, did you wish to add anything to that, Mr. Selgren, or not?
No, Chairman, nothing to add. That's quite correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got nobody else in the chat bar at the moment. So a couple of questions myself. In terms of the send transport, it hasn't been able to make the savings yet. So when and how much is the savings expected to be? And also added to that is, and I don't want to touch on this too much because it comes under Councillor Taylor's People and Health Committee. But my understanding in terms of SEND provision of the transport of children, that some of these children have certain medical conditions and mental health conditions, which mean they wouldn't be able to travel on buses or with other children because they are better, they're calmer if they're travelling on their own, if I can put it like that. So in terms of the SEND transport, and it's obviously a significant cost that's come to place by transferring it into place. So what do you envisage those savings could be, and what do you envisage those risks going to be in transporting some of those children, because they're not all going to be able to get on buses, as I understand it, with the medical conditions that they've got?
Yeah, if I can answer that one for you. Obviously, we assess all children for what is appropriate to their needs, and we're not going to be making changes on that. We will be looking at where we can reduce the cost pressures, either by using a different form of transport or whatever. But you know, we're also in the process of optimizing all our routes going forward. Do I have a number at the moment? No, I don't. It's too early for an actual cost figure, but it'll probably take a couple of months to get this finalised, Chairman. And again, as you are aware, I'm very keen that all members are informed of what we're doing on this. So before we make any final decisions, I will be bringing it to members to discuss fully, so we've got everybody on board.
Okay, so but as long as we're understanding that there is a risk there in terms of the savings may not be as much as you envisage because of some of those children's needs.
That's why the figure that's in the budget is the full figure without showing any savings.
Okay, thank you.
So, Chairman, if it helps, and just for clarity, the SEND transport is now part of the Council's transformation programme. So, as Councillor Bryan said, it will be through that mechanism that members will be kept regularly informed about it, because it is an important issue, and the issues that you and I know other members have raised about it are very much part of the considerations of the project team.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, if I could just come back, if you don't mind, sorry. Children's services are the ones that tell us what needs to happen. We supply the transport, and it's our job to supply the transport at the lowest possible cost, which is why we're doing a complete revamp. We're working very, very closely with children's services. I had a conversation with Councillor Parry this morning on something. It's absolutely imperative that the children don't see any difference. What we will be aiming for is to try and optimize the routes that we use, and talking with children's services, for instance, if we've got a child that we're transporting well outside the county on a daily basis, we need to discuss those needs. And obviously with the introduction of what I still call St Mary's, it's now called Coombs, with the introduction of that, it brings a lot more of these children within the county boundaries, which will reduce the costs. But where we are on that, we're still working on it. But a couple of months down the road, Chairman, perfectly happy to bring this back to scrutiny for a further discussion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bryan. I've got Councillor Roberts next.
Thank you, Chairman. It was really just a sort of clarification for Councillor Bryan to expand on. Within the highways budget, Ray, I know that central government funds a lot of highways costs. I imagine that those come in and go out again, but are not part of this budget. And it may be helpful to just mention the sort of scale of those, and is there any risk on those? Because our own contribution to the highways budget is, I think, quite minor compared to central government's funding.
If I may, Chairman?
Certainly.
Yeah, the net cost to Dorset Council is about 3 million. Our total budget is about 20 million. So you're absolutely right. A lot of the money comes from outside sources, of which a substantial contributor, of course, is car parking. What people don't realise when we look at car parks is the fact that this is what keeps our highways in the conditions that they are. Would I like to see the highways in even better condition? Yes, but if you travel around the country and compare our highways against outside areas, you'll see we do a pretty good job. I'm very proud of the work that our team do. There's about 10 million that comes in from the car parking side of it, and obviously the substantial amount comes from the DFT, but we're seeing that reduce on a year-by-year basis. So what my aim is to make sure that we've got we become self-funding as soon as we possibly can, because then it takes out any dangers going forward. Of course, we've got other revenue coming in other than the car parks. We've got on-street parking, etc. All comes into that figure that then we use for highways.
Yes, if I may, Chairman, just come in on that.
Certainly.
I think a lot of our roads are in better condition than some of, I think it's changed its name, but it used to be Highways England. Certainly some of the main roads like the A35 is actually in rather a poor condition where it runs through West Dorset, and I'm glad our roads are rather better than that.
Yeah, if I may, Chairman, if I can just come back on that.
Certainly.
Obviously, I'm quite. It's now called National Highways, and if you want to see chaos, come to Ringwood and see what's going on in Ringwood now. Where if you want to walk to school from my area into a Ringwood school, they give you a 10-mile diversion, which isn't very helpful. No, the serious thing is that obviously we have increased car park charges, and that's why we introduced the permits, so it doesn't affect the local residents as much as it could have. I'm hopeful there will be a good uptake on the permits. We're continually looking at it to see where we can improve. But obviously we do need some investment in the car parks. I want to see more and more solar powered machinery there. I want to see more and more security there. I want to see more and more lighting there. So it's a case of as well as supporting highways, we will be investing in some of the car parks to make them a lot better places to be. It's no secret, I've got an exercise going on at the moment, looking at our car parks, where they are, whether we can get better use out of that space by multi-storing car parks. This is all part of a process that we're going through at the moment, and hopefully members will, as they have done to date, always support me on these plans. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bryant. Okay, so if I can move to a question, page 18, 16.22 on the agenda. 750,000 revenue budget. I've got to read my own writing here, so this could be interesting. 750,000 revenue budget. Will this be used to ensure there is sufficient officer resource to do the report compiling and work to undertake grant applications, principally from government when grants become available, as there are very short windows of opportunity when they occur? Is this a sufficient amount, and is it for this year only, or is it to roll over? As we know, when those grant applications come from government, we've got to move really quickly on them. So have we got that covered, or are we still at risk?
If I can take that up, Chairman, the 750,000 is exactly for making sure that we've got the resources around the council, with some extra resources if we need to. I'm not afraid to go and put my begging bowl out if I feel we need more. But the idea is that at the moment we use the resources around the council, which is what we did on the first application to Salex. It wasn't just people in my own team or our team that put forward, that built on these proposals. It was property and assets. It was everybody around the table. We're having regular meetings with other sections of the council to discuss climate change, and I'm confident that the money will allow us to do what we need to do. In answer to your question, is it a one-off at the moment? I had a commitment from Councillor Suttle that we would make sure there is a line in the budget going forward that enables us to deal with the climate change agenda. At the moment, we're dealing with our own properties, but that's only 1% of the carbon that is exhausted throughout the council's area. We've got a lot of work still to do, which is where we'll be talking to other sections, parish councils, town councils, trying to get them all on board, working with us to get the message out to the public that we can play our part, but they've got to play their part.
Okay, so if we need to go for additional revenue for that, where's that revenue going to come from?
That's where it gets a bit more difficult for me to answer, because I have to go to John and say to John, how can we deal with this? I don't know whether you want to bail me out on this one, John, because I don't have an answer for Shane.
So, Councillor, no, in fairness, Chairman, the answer to that is that it's as is ever with these situations. If members want to vote more money towards these things, then through these processes, you have the opportunity to do that. So it is around being clear about what it, always about, you know, what's to be achieved. It's very easy to sort of, this needs more money. I think we need to be very specific. And I think, again, the direction we've taken from Councillor Bryan, he made very clear reference to this earlier. We've got a clearly established strategy and action plan, which has been fully endorsed, been through all of the council's process. And I think all members feel very confident about that document. We've made the commitment in the appointment to the senior officer, who, as Councillor Bryan said earlier, interview process is going to be held in February for that. I think what we'll look for that officer to do is to make sure that they are directing the existing resources that members have voted for this, including the potential £10 million capital funding that you are potentially going to vote through this budget. Make sure that those resources are effectively allocated, and if it is at that point, the advice of that officer is that this needs more revenue money in order to deliver the ambition set out in the strategy and action plan, then I would be expecting him to come to Councillor Bryan and myself to ask for that additional resource, and then we would obviously bring that through the budget process, and ultimately the members would vote on the decision to progress that or not.
Okay, so as is already stated, the 10 million capital budget for climate change, is this money earmarked for known projects now, or is it for an amount of capital set aside for projects yet to come forward? Is it considered sufficient, or is the capacity to increase it at short notice, and by how much? That's obviously, we're not going to know by how much because we don't know what project's coming forward. But it comes back to my point: if we did need to increase that, then where's that money going to come from? Is it coming out of capital reserves? Or and as I say, is that 10 million already for earmarked projects?
If I can answer that, the 10 million isn't for earmarked projects at the moment, Chairman, because we're working with 19 million that we got from government on our own projects. This is to enable us to have a capital budget that we can go into. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Have a capital budget that we can go to. This is us saying this is what we're going to need going forward, but we don't have an identified item for it at the moment because, as I say, we've been very lucky. No, we haven't. We dealt with a very good application, secured 19 million, and we've got some time to go on that to spend that money. So I won't be looking to spend any capital, certainly within the next 6 months, if that helps answer your question. Okay. I am not afraid to go forward and ask for more money. You've known me long enough, Chairman, to know that I'm not backward in coming forward when the necessity is there. So I will be keeping an eye on everything. And again, if we need to do something, I won't hesitate in going to Councillor Suttle with John and saying, we need some help on this. Where can we get the resources from?
Okay, thank you. As I say, I just want
to add to what Councillor Bryan said. In addition to that, we've got the tail end of the low carbon Dorset programme, which is EU funded process. As ever, that programme has done extremely well, but it is the case that there is still at the tail end of that programme the potential for the remaining balance, which is small but not insignificant, to be deployed as well. So there are, as Councillor Bryan is indicating, there are already a number of sources of funding, including the SALEX he's referred to, the new 10 million and the low carbon Dorset funding, which can be deployed towards new projects, and that's the intention. I say when the corporate director joins us, then again, as I've said a moment ago, we'll look to that officer to make sure that he's advising Councillor Bryan and myself and the wider membership of the council to make sure that we really do optimise the delivery of the strategy that you've agreed.
Okay, thank you. That'll be the last of the EU funding that will be coming to us, presumably.
I suspect that's the case, Chairman. That continues to surprise us. Certainly in relation to economic development, we've been blessed, particularly over COVID, actually, for a number of the particular high street reopening work coming from European funding. But it is my assumption, Chairman, that government, I think, now has exhausted all of those pots.
I suspect they have. Could I just ask also, page 18 at 16.24, if I could just return to the recycle it waste that we discussed earlier in the meeting, which has been profitable, but it's obviously it's a cautious forecast because the global markets are volatile on this. And I just wonder, in terms of risk of that, what is the strategic planning to deal with that? Would we be looking to other authorities, possibly for their waste incineration plants for energy provision? I mean, how are we going to deal with this recyclable waste?
Chairman, I think now I know Councillor Laura Miller's not on the call. I think we've got Karen Punchard on the call with us this morning and might want to respond to. I know she helpfully put some comment into the chat bar a little while ago about the recycle it price.
She did.
Oh, there's Karen. Yeah.
It's Punchard.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Karen Punchard. I'm Corporate Director for Place Services. At the moment, we are tied into contracts for the disposal of our recyclate and residual waste streams. Those contracts will be in place for about 3 or 4 years, and then there will be an opportunity for the council to and renegotiate those contracts, and I hope you can hear me because I think my connection has just gone. So hopefully you heard that, councillors.
No, yes, I got all that. Thank you, Ms. Punchard. So this contract that we're still tied into for 3 to 4 years, that's a set level at the cost of what we're getting per tonne, is it? Or does it fluctuate with the market?
I think Chairman Karen's, oh no, she's back.
Did you hear me, Ms. Punchard?
Yeah, apologies. My connection is very poor at the moment. Would you like me to repeat that, Chairman?
No, I heard you, but did you hear the question I put back to you?
No, I didn't. Apologies.
Okay. So the contracts that we're tied into for 3 to 4 years, are we getting the price per tonne? Is that guaranteed, or does that fluctuate with the markets?
The recyclate price, so that's the dried mixed recyclate that goes into the green bin, that does change with the price of commodities internationally. So towards the end of last year, we saw the highest recyclate rebate prices that we've seen ever for the last few years. That has dropped off very slightly in December. And it does follow market demand internationally. So yes, there is a risk there, but at the moment we've got a very good accountant team working on making estimates for the recyclate price so that we get the budget as close to that as we possibly can.
Okay, and we can't get out of those contracts without a penalty?
No, and at the moment those contracts are actually very beneficial to us. We've only just recently awarded both the recyclate, the residual waste and organic treatment contracts, and we got very good value out of those contracts.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Punchard.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to return back to car parking. I've got no questions in the chat bar at the moment, so I could just return back to car parking. And Councillor Bryan, is there an ability to create that third parking permit to assist those residents living in ancient historical market towns with no off-street or on-street parking that would be less of a financial strain than the present policy that has been adopted, with the possibility of an annual increase in charge? And I ask this in light of the fact that if we get 6 months or a year further down the line and we've seen what revenue is coming in, what savings we're making, and the critically important revenue that's being generated by car parks to ensure that we can maintain our highways and keep them safe, particularly through the winter months with the gritting and various things that need to be done, would there be the ability to go back and look at that parking permit scheme again?
That's better. If you're asking me to do something today, the answer is no. If you're asking me to review it going forward, I'm happy to review it. And we've got a continual review going on at the moment. And we're learning as we go. But I will promise you, the parking the car parking at the moment is pretty volatile. We have good days and bad days. Obviously, the COVID doesn't help us on this, but we've in the past, as you know, we've been very generous by suspending charges and obviously providing spaces for the people that are doing the vaccinations. But Chairman, you know full well that if you and I need to have a conversation, I'm very prepared to have that conversation. Just give me a little bit of time to settle where we are on the car park, and I'm perfectly happy to revisit it with you.
Yeah, the reason I raise it is because I think that it was generally accepted, I think, that the reforms to the car parking permit regime throughout Dorset Council were quite radical. I thought they were really radical, and I was quite concerned at the time actually as to how much risk that exposed the authority to, as to whether we'd actually generate the money that was needed to do the highways maintenance and the winter programming that we needed to do. And I think it would be prudent that if we monitored the situation, as I'm sure you and Mr. Selgren and the officers are going to do, as to whether we're still generating that revenue of income that we needed to do before we actually changed the policies on car parking. There is no doubt that the policies needed to be changed, because it was just not acceptable, I think, to run 70 odd permits across the county, and we needed to realign it. But I'm quite interested as to how much risk we still believe there could be in the revenue streams coming in and provide highways maintenance and that winter programming work that needs to be done, and how that's represented in this budget. Okay.
Yeah, Chairman, you're absolutely right. In as much as trying to bring all the councils together, it's taken a little bit longer on parking than I would have liked, but we had other priorities. But as I say, we monitor the income we get from car parks on a month-by-month basis. With the new machinery that I want to introduce, we'll get far better data, far more reliable data. And that will then enable us to make any further changes that we think are necessary. But as always, very interested to talk on any particular area that we can deal with. What I don't want to do is end up with going back down the road of having multiple different permits. And unfortunately, if I just pick on my own area, whatever I do in my own area would be that was benefit to my residents. I'm sure I'd have everybody else chasing me and saying, well, come on, we need to do something in my area and my area. You know, we're trying to keep it as standard as we can, but perfectly willing to have a conversation with you.
My approach is, obviously we're going to need to make comment to Cabinet going forward, and while it's early days yet in terms of how those new car park permits were going to perform, I just wondered whether or not part of what we capture at the end of this would be an informed note to Cabinet that there is a risk concern as to whether the new regime will generate the amount of income that we need in car parking for those winter programme and for that highways maintenance. And in part of that is because, as you've already alluded to yourself, COVID is making such a massive hit on our car parking revenue streams that's coming in, and we don't yet know where this pandemic is going to lead us to. That was just the point I was trying to make.
And it's absolutely valid, Chairman. Whilst COVID is around, there is a risk.
Okay, thank you. And I've got Councillor Took to ask a question. Councillor Took.
Thanks, Chair. It was really following up on the point that you've just made, which I feel is appropriate. I live right on the boundary of Dorset and Hampshire, very close to the New Forest District Council. I've just renewed my parking clock with NFDC for £30. Gives me 3 hours of free parking across the car parks within NFDC, and that seems like a far cheaper solution than the 3 hour permit that I can get from Dorset Council for the Dorset Council car parks. And I think you're right. I think there's a danger that people might not actually use Dorset Council car parks where they live on the boundaries, because my understanding is that for those of us who live on the fringes, there are most of the neighbouring authorities are somewhat cheaper than Dorset. But perhaps Councillor Bryan would comment on that.
Councillor Bryan.
I think it's fair to say we've had this conversation before at a previous meeting.
We did. You told me I was in for a shock with NFDC. I wasn't.
Yes, well, they've had a recent change of direction, but I'm not going to go into their policies. I'm only interested in ours.
You to answer
we have looked very carefully at what we can do without sort of ending up with a risk that we're going to have less money coming in. If over a period of time it appears we've got more revenue coming in than we potentially thought we would. Perfectly willing to revisit it. But, you know, we have set the fees. Those are the fees that have been agreed. Those are the fees that are going out. I understand where you're coming from. You know where I live. I've got 400 metres and I'm in Hampshire. And yes, I buy an NFDC permit. I haven't bought mine yet, let me add, because I haven't been outside the house. You know, it's a slightly different permit. You know, and what we're trying to do is make our permits fair for the bulk of the Dorset residents. We are never going to please everybody, but it does fit in for the bulk of the Dorset residents, makes their car parking cheaper than paying every time they turn up at a car park. But again, let's judge it by the results. And I'm hopeful that most of our people will stay within the county and support our local businesses rather than putting money into the New Forest coffers. I'd rather see it in the Dorset coffers. But that's my wish.
Agreed. I was just worried about, for those of people on the fringes, if there might be a temptation, and this is not just the NFTC side. I think it applies to people who are living in close to Wiltshire and East Devon and elsewhere. I think their car parking charges are generally a little bit less than ours, and I worry about those people where they're deciding where to go, whether they may take the cheapest car park.
Again, if I can, Chairman, when we did this process, which we fully discussed already, we looked at all the car parking charges, both around the perimeter of the area, but also internally. We looked at all the private car parks, what they were charging. We are still pitched below the private car park charges in the vast majority of areas. So I think what we've come up with is a fair compromise for the residents of Dorset.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll call it there. Thank you, Councillor Took. Could I just ask the presenter to go back 2 slides, I think it was, back to the original slide that I think Mr. Selgren said that he wished left on the screen. That's the one, thank you. I've got Councillor Andrews to speak.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Just on the other side of the argument, I live on the northwest frontier of Dorset, and as you know, Yeovil's 3 miles away, and their car park charge is damn sight higher than ours, will be. I don't think we need to concentrate any more on car parking charges. We've been through that gambit once before. I've heard all of Mr. Took's arguments, and we are where we are. We're in Dorset. We charge what we want to charge. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So if I can move to a question around planning service, which has seen a really difficult year with staff under terrific pressure. How many additional staff have been recruited now into the service, and at what cost? What additional numbers of staff are needed? And if so, what are the projected costs for those staffing needs? You knew it was going to come, Councillor Walsh.
No, I didn't. But thanks for the warning. All I can say basically is that we are still recruiting. It's very difficult to recruit in a country when we've got a shortage of planning officers.
I know.
So we are using agency staff. I don't want to be using agency staff, and as soon as we can recruit some more, we'll stop using them. But we have now filled the vacancies that we have in the validation parts.
Yep.
And so we're top of validation, but that just means that the backlog moves on to planning applications, and we're working very hard there to get that sorted out as soon as possible.
And we're seeing inroads in that, yes.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. And obviously in my chairman's statement earlier from Miss Evans, obviously the land requests, search requests are improving as well greatly with the stuff that have been taken on in that.
They are. And since I've been getting the blame for that for the last year, I think once everything is sorted, we'll bring it under the planning part as opposed to the legal part.
Okay.
It seems to fit better there, but I know Grace Evans and her team are doing a fantastic job, and it's been very difficult for them because when the government made the changes, it was without warning.
I know the background to it. So in terms of the officer resource within planning, then are we still seeing a risk there? That's what I'm trying to establish.
It's not a risk.
You've got sufficient numbers to do the work that you need to do then?
We have sufficient numbers to do the work that we have to do, but we could do with more.
Okay.
At present, the planning team, I'm so proud of the planning team because they've worked their socks off to deliver what they've done. And to actually get to the position they've done is miraculous.
Okay. I'm aware of the public rights of way, and there's going to be impact pressures on those, Mr. Selgren. Are we in a position where we're going to be in a position to accommodate that situation, and we're not going to be in the same situation we had with the land search charges?
Yeah, I've no reason to think otherwise, Chairman.
Okay. We don't need to make an informative note to Cabinet on that then, that we think there's a risk there?
Nope.
Okay, I like the confidence.
Myself and the portfolio holder, yeah.
Okay, I like the confidence. Okay, thank you. Okay, I've got Councillor Roberts to ask a question.
Thank you, Chairman. We've moved on slightly. I did put it up there before we moved to the next topic. It was car parking. It was merely a comment that I would love members who would like to decrease the charges for residents' charges at the same time to propose an option of where the shortfall in funding should come from if those charges are decreased. That's just a comment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Okay, my final question is surrounding the portfolio of Councillor Miller's portfolio, and I appreciate that she's had to leave for another very important meeting, and that's those savings and budget reductions. Could I just have an assurance that we're not going to see a decrease in service provision at front of house within that portfolio?
Yeah, Chairman, if I may respond to that. So on the customer services, libraries and archives, a lot of those tactical savings actually relate to the benefits of going digital. I normally refer to these as what I call good housekeeping efficiency. So these are things, and they are, it seems surprising, and I've double checked again this morning while we've been on the call, that in that particular line, that 435700, it is things like saving on postage, stationery, printing costs, which I think, Chairman, is a fair reflection that service has gone a long way in terms of embracing the digital agenda. Similarly on community protection, those are community and public protection. Similarly, those are the similar sorts of good housekeeping efficiency type savings in relation to overhead expenditure rather than in relation to the delivery of the frontline service.
Okay, it's quite an eye-opener because that does seem a phenomenal saving, 435,000.
I do beg your pardon, Chairman. I'm just prompted. The one I should have mentioned, and the significant one in there, is the removal of the TIC's budgets previously held. You'll know that members took a decision to cease the provision of TICs in the current form that we've had them historically, and that gives a significant saving, 168,000. So that accounts for a significant part of that particular line.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Selgren. Thank you. Wasn't quite in favour of that with the TICs, but there we go. You don't always win them all. I've got Councillor Trite to ask a question.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I put a question that refers back to Aidan Dunn's presentation? Is that okay?
Certainly.
Okay. It's something of an obvious point, although I suppose now it might be considered a rather heretical one. But Aidan describes an improvement in the all-round budgetary situation, which is, of course, good and fine, and therefore could I ask when the thought was given to the level of council tax that we're going to be levying, whether any thought has been given to an increase which is modestly below 2%, plus of course the 1% social care element. So I'm not just referring to being nominally below 2%, which it would, I guess, otherwise be, but modestly, but nevertheless a little bit, somewhat significantly below that 2%. Unfortunately, the public reaction against cost increases now is, or of any kind, frankly, cost increases of any kind, not just local government cost increases, but it's growing markedly in intensity. And if there's anything that could be done in the opposite direction in connection with the forthcoming council tax levy, then I think it should be. The conditions being, of course, that it's both feasible and deemed responsible. So could I have a reaction to that, please? It's I notice it hasn't come up yet, but ultimately we are representing the public, and I think the burdens we impose should be as light as possible.
Okay, if I can go to Mr. Dunn first.
Thank you, Chair. And if I could give a sort of process response, and then if we can, if you can invite Councillor Flower to give the political response. Certainly. So when we received the settlement, there was rapid consideration of what the options are, and I think one of the points that I've really highlighted in the figures we've got is that it is a one-year settlement. Is a one-year settlement in a world of uncertainty, and in particular, a lot of the funding of that additional funding we've received, we're uncertain, we're not clear of what it's for yet, specifically from government, and at least 3 million of it is 1 year only. So there was a sense of in terms of trying to balance the risk and the uncertainty versus the pressure that the taxpayer is under. In particular, not just council tax, but other areas as well. We had conversations with Gary in particular as a portfolio holder, Councillor Gary Settler's portfolio holder, and it just felt in terms of the balance of risk that it was appropriate to continue with the existing council tax strategy, not least because this additional funding is trying to reduce the risk that we've talked about significantly in this budget. So it was an uncomfortable budget before. The level of risk is reduced, but only if we carry on with that council tax approach. That was the rationale of where we've got to. If I could ask Councillor Flower now to sort of come in from the political perspective, if that's okay.
Certainly. Councillor Flower.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. And Bill makes a really good point. Of course, he does. And I think we'd all like to see us be in a position where we didn't have to year on year have to increase council tax. However, this is very much in line with the current government policy around giving us a little bit of, or the sector, a little bit of flexibility around increasing council, not so much council tax, but the social care precept this time. And as I've said earlier, I've lobbied really hard, as I know other leaders around the sector have done, to get a better deal from government, and we've got a better deal from government. And it would seem rather perverse at this point in time to introduce an element of risk into our budget, having argued a strong case to get more funding, only to reduce our potential to earn more income locally. I take his point. I think it's a valid one. We are one of the higher charges in the country, and it's an aspiration that we must all have to try and find a way of getting ourselves down the league table. So in future years, when the risk levels are lower and we have a clear understanding coming out of hopefully a 3-year settlement with a better deal for the shires, which includes Dorset, then we can have another look at that, and maybe that flexibility that Bill's suggesting will come along at that time. But I think at the moment we'll be introducing a level of risk that we currently don't have. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flower. Yeah, I think we would all be far better off if actually the social care was obviously funded from central government, which is what I think we all want, because at the moment as a retirement county, it's quite effectively bleeding us dry. I've got sorry, Councillor Trite, is there anything, did you wish to come back, or are you happy with the answer?
No, I mean it's a choice that has to be made, and I'm not suggesting that what is intended is the wrong choice, but I think we should be conscious of it. I mean, we haven't mentioned the burden on the public up to now, really, in terms of council tax. It probably is the right thing to do. I'm not criticising, but I think we ought to be conscious of the alternative and aspire to that at the very least. But I'm grateful to for the answers, which I think are reasonable in the circumstances.
Thank you, Councillor Trite. I've got Councillor Andrews to speak next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Just going back to Aidan as well, and might be Jim. We forecast growth in both the business and the tax base. 1.4%, I think, the tax base, 1.5 business rate growth. As we know, many businesses are struggling with the economy at the moment, and we're forecasting are we forecasting or are we risking forecasting the effects of energy prices on residents' ability to pay council tax? I mean, a lot of people are going to be struggling this year, and I just wonder how much risk we put into those elements.
Mr. Dunn.
If I could give a general response, in terms of council tax collection, in particular, we struggled through the first stage of the COVID pandemic. Our collection rate reduced, but now our collection rate has improved. We're still not quite at pre-pandemic levels in terms of the collection rate, but we're getting closer to there, so that's helpful. And then this next phase of the economic pressures coming forward, we haven't factored anything in particular around the risk around council tax, sort of failure to pay council tax, but we do have some reserves to help offset any risk that does materialise. So it's not a specific adjustment that we have made in terms of the economic shock, as it were, but we are comfortable and confident with the projections that we have at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, excuse me. I've got no other RTSs in the chat box at the moment, so is there any member of the committee who wants to make a final comment before we move into summarising? No? Okay, so Ms Watson, have you taken the notes, a brief summarise of any responses to put forward to Cabinet?
Yeah, Chairman. So
sorry, just before you start, sorry, and if Mr. Dunn and Mr. McManus and Mr. Selgren could also input if there's anything that we haven't missed, if we've missed anything and haven't captured it. Thank you. Ms. Watson, please carry on.
Okay, so there's obviously been a lengthy discussion on the place area, but from my notes of the points that would actually need to be taken forward to Cabinet, I've noted 3 points. One is regarding a regular sort of monitoring of the financial information around fees and charges, and ensuring that the levels of fees and charges are correct. The second one is around send transport savings and identification that there may be risks in this area, and note that there is further work to be done, and future reporting to councillors will be done through the transformation project reporting. And the third point I've noted is regard to car parking, and flag to Cabinet around potential risks with the new regime, which may not generate sufficient income, which then has an impact on highways requirements and a need to keep this area under review. So those are the 3 key points that I've sort of taken out of the general level of discussion about things that actually need to be flagged up. Yeah, so just to check with everybody else that is their understanding too.
I've got those and one other. Mr. Selgren.
Chair, just for absolute clarity, the proposal that's in the budget is actually it's a cost pressure that's proposed to address that. It's the 2.9 million figure around the rebasing. So it's the work that's been done thus far to get to the bottom. So in line with that overall budget strategy, to make sure, as Councillor Suttle is advising us, to understand fully the cost that this council faces in running those services. That's the growth pressure that's being addressed in the proposals in the budget. There is then beyond that, as Councillor Bryan was describing, a piece of work in the transformation programme, which will look to seek cost reductions in that service moving into the short, medium, longer term. Just again, Mr. Dunn might want to just confirm that my summary of that is correct.
Yes, I can confirm.
Okay, thank you. I've got one other, and that was the additional resource that may be needed for climate change if we're going to deliver that at pace. Are you happy with that, Mr. Selgren?
Chair, as indicated, and I just to summarise the perhaps rather lengthy response I gave earlier, it is the case, of course, if members wish to vote additional money, subject, I think, as has been indicated earlier, to identifying where that additional funding would come from. That is a part of the budget planning process that we're engaged in this morning, and we'll do going forward to Cabinet and subsequently on to Council in February.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, that was a length one. Sorry, Councillor Canning.
Add on, I think the partial answer to what John was just saying there would be if we could find other areas to increase fees and charges to make them more in line with the higher UK inflation rate. And I think Aidan said earlier on he would come back with a figure of what extra percentage could mean there for the council.
Yes, it's bear with me. So I'm just scrolling through my notes. Here we go. So yeah, sorry, forgive me. So an additional 1% increase on our general fees and charges would give us £776,000. So it's quite a material figure there. So I think, if I may, I think there's a recommendation here from this committee that we do continue to explore sort of the sense of when we're setting our increase on fees and charges, sort of peg it against inflation might be the first requirement. Then secondly, take account of market rates and then benchmarking and aligning ourselves with other authorities as well. So kind of reduce the simplicity of a 2% increase and make it much more sensitive, I think, is a really helpful and powerful recommendation from this committee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Canning. Okay, so we've effectively come to the end of that first section with place. So thank you, Mr. Selgren, and thank you, Mr. Dunn, for that so far, and thank you to the committee members. We're looking at a 12:45 time at the moment, so at 1 o'clock we're going to need to suspend standing orders and continue with the meeting. Could I suggest before we move into the next section we have a 5-minute comfort break? Members be happy with that? 15 would be better. 15. I'm not going to give you 15. I could stretch to 10, but
10. 5 minutes would be fine. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, 5 minutes is fine for me.
Okay.
5 minutes works for me. Thank you.
Okay, Lindsay, could we have a 5-minute comfort break, please? And
yeah, Chairman, so if I can ask the producers to just pop our adjournment slide up and to confirm we will return at 12. Where are we now? 51.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
If everybody could just mute their mics, please.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Ms Watson, I make it 12:51 by my computer.
That's correct, Chairman.
Are we're good to go, are we?
Yeah, did you want to just do a quick roll call of members to make sure
Yeah.
we've got the committee back in the virtual space?
Yeah, I was going to, yeah. So okay, so we're back with the Place and Resources Scrutiny Committee for the 7th of January 2022. Looking at the future budget for 22-23, if I could just do a roll call of members to check we're all back. Councillor Canning. Okay. Councillor Brown. Councillor Andrews.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Took.
Present.
Councillor Trite.
Present, Chairman, but I've just had to put something in the chat bar, I'm afraid. I have about another 10 minutes.
Okay.
Less than that now.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Canning, you're back. Councillor Canning.
Yeah, I'm back.
Back, thank you. Councillor Brown. Councillor Roberts.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so we're core at Ms Watson. So Councillor Brown presumably will join us when he's ready. So I'm going to continue. So first item is, could I please ask someone, or can I please, ask someone if we could suspend standing orders so we can continue the meeting past the 3 o'clock deadline?
Quite happy to propose that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. If you're all in agreement, yes.
Yeah, it's a 1 o'clock deadline, not a 3 o'clock deadline.
3 hour.
I meant the 3 hour. The 3 hour time limit. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move on to the corporate development now for Aidan Dunn to give a short presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, Chairman. So if we could go to slide 20 on the pack. Please, producer. That's excellent. Thank you. So yes, I'm going to talk about corporate services and just a quick summary of where we're at. This is the detail is contained within Appendix 4 of the paper, and I just wanted to signpost you to it and what's in the slide pack. So if what's in the papers. So there we go. Just a quick reminder of what does corporate services do. So this is we do provide some frontline services, and we've mentioned today already the land charges service and revenues and benefits, and we also provide support services to the rest of the organisation to help the rest of the organisation achieve what it's trying to achieve. And then as part of that, we've got the essential corporate functions you'd expect of a council, democratic services, protection against cyber attacks, the website, learning and development, payroll, accounts, etc., etc. So it's a combination of frontline services and your more traditional back office services as well. The budget, as we speak at the moment, is just under 30 million, 29.5 million pounds. And I think in terms of the story around the development of the council in the first year of existence, means corporate services went through a zero-based budget exercise, and essentially that's made a really significant contribution of around about £10 million worth of annual savings by removing the duplication across the council. So that's the scene set. If we move on to the next slide, I just want to take you ever so briefly through the summary of what's in that Appendix 4. So this is the areas where the Corporate Services Directorate is experiencing cost increases for next year, and very similar to the other directorates. We've got the staffing cost increases of 1.6 million, which is a combination of an estimate around pay inflation, as well as the increments for progression within our existing policy. We've got, secondly, some structural changes, so additional staff to reflect where we've got additional pressures. So that's in terms of assurance and land charges. So assurance is around, in particular, helping us respond to subject access requests and some of the other challenges there. And my colleague Jonathan is able to comment on those later if we wish. We've got general inflation pressures as a directorate. We've modelled at £80,000 there, and a very modest increase in cost around the apprenticeship levy as well, which is a central contribution that we have to make. So those are the budget pressures we're experiencing, and part of our determination as a directorate is to try and live within our means. And so the next slide shows the efficiencies and savings we're planning to make next year as well. So we're looking to, on the one hand, I've just described how we're increasing the number of posts in some areas. We're also looking to decrease a number of posts in other areas. So a reduction in posts of around about 370,000. That's predominantly that's vacancies that we've already got and we decide we don't need them in the future, but also as there's sort of continuous churn in the organisation, the turnover of staff, we're not always replacing people as they leave, and this is part of our agenda to try and provide automation as much as we can. The second, and perhaps one of the most significant areas of savings for corporate services, is the revenues and benefits service. So members of the committee might remember at the December Cabinet meeting, it was decided to leave the Stour Valley and Poole Partnership Revenues and Benefits Service and enhance and increase our own in-house Dorset Council service, and that will save us, we anticipate, around about £730,000 a year, but we've put in a part year effect of around about 600,000 as a saving for next year. In terms of ICT savings, we've got a saving of about 420,000 there, which is predominantly in relation to our licensing costs, in particular through Microsoft products. We've by going sort of forensic on which type of staff require which access to Microsoft products, we're able to reduce the licensing costs while still maintaining the functionality, which is really helpful. And then there's a few contracts coming to an end. We're sort of not necessarily replacing those contracts as part of the convergence activities of the council. And then finally, as my colleague John described for Place, there's admin efficiencies, be that on travel, printing, stationery, what have you. So those are the budget increases previously. These are the budget savings. And if we move on to the final slide of this section, it just shows the net increase of just over 2% in the directorate costs, split there between the area that I'm responsible for, corporate development on the left, and then Jonathan Mayer, our monitoring officer, is responsible for the area in the middle, legal and democratic services. So overall, we can see that the budget starts at 29.5 million. We've got some pressures, we've got some savings, and a modest 2% increase overall, which we think will be sufficient to keep the organisation running from a corporate services perspective. So at that point, Chair, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Thank you. And do I have the portfolio holder for any comments? I think it would be Councillor Flower, would it?
It is me, Chairman. Thank you very much. No, not really. I think Aidan's covered it off extremely well. I got really nothing to add, to be honest. It's a fairly modest part of our overall budget, and I think it's being well managed. So no, I've got nothing really to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will now move to questions from any non-committee members, and I've got Councillor Taylor to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. Trying to get my video up. I don't know whether this question is pertinent to this actual part of the Department for Budgets because it's regarding business rates. Can I come to that later or now?
I'm perfect. Well, I've got Mr. Dunn there, so I'm perfectly happy to take it now.
Thank you very much. It's really a query question around the assessment of business rates. You emphasised risk earlier, which I think is what the key question to my questions now is that the business rates have taken a severe battering, and I'm wondering whether or not we're in negotiation with central government to get a more rate back to the Dorset because they take 100% and give us back 50%. The second bit of the question is that business rates relief from COVID. Did we get relief down to Dorset Council with helping businesses of having base-free days, basically? And the final part of the question is the fact is we are experiencing high volume business closures. Dorchester has already seen a loss of 3 businesses in the last week. And how are we going to benefit the fact of losing that revenue and get the money back? That's the 3 questions really, because I'm concerned about the fact of actually the plausibility of our predictions of our taxes being buoyant.
Okay, it's done.
Good questions, and I think there's sort of a combination of answers here. So I'm not sure if my colleague John Selgin could join us on screen as well from the economic development perspective, and if I can ask Jim to join us from a sort of technical finance perspective. I think in terms of headlines, as I mentioned before our short break, the business rate recovery, you're right, it took a battering through the COVID period. Our collection rate has picked up again, but isn't back there fully yet.
Yeah.
Conversely, through the pandemic, there was significant support to local businesses that the government passed to us that we passed through. And indeed, just before Christmas, there was an announcement made of further support through this next phase of the pandemic. And we'll be launching our scheme imminently to support local businesses in particular there. But you're right in terms of the local high street, we've got shops closing, but also, you know, there's some areas that are opening as well. So it's quite a transient situation. But having sort of set that scene, Jim, could I come to you for a technical response? And John, whether you want to talk a little bit about the work we're doing with Chamber of Commerce, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aidan. Councillor Taylor, yes, there are quite a few questions in there, so if I don't pick them all up, do feel free to come back to me afterwards. There will be some information that comes out in the Q3 Cabinet Finance report on Monday, which will give you an update on collection rates for business rates and for council tax. Council tax, as we reported at Q2, still doing better than business rates. Collections are generally lagging behind where they were in 1920, but recovering versus last year. So yes, we're behind where we need to be. Yes, there was quite a significant amount of government grant, as well as some Section 31 grants, significant amounts last year and continued into this year to help us with business rates. Most local authority finance directors will probably tell you the same thing, which is it'd be great if government provided Section 31 relief for all of our business rates, because we would absolutely get all of it all of the time then. And unfortunately, that's not quite the case. So there is risk. However, we think our assumptions are still reasonable. If I can kind of refer you to some of the work that the auditor has done with us over the last couple of years, the external auditor has said generally Dorset Council has inherited a position on business rates which looks quite prudent in terms of its appeals provisions and provisions for bad debts. Part of what we're doing last year and this year is to reverse some of that out, bring it back down. So first of all, we're back in closer to the rest of the pack in terms of our provision. That will allow us to release some of that, give us a bit of a buffer. So what we inherited from predecessor district councils has helped Dorset Council. That will even itself out over the course of the next couple of years. As part of last year's outturn, we also did, I think as Aidan mentioned earlier, we established a couple of reserves, one for council tax, one for business rates, because we knew that we hadn't fully weathered the storm. There were going to be some issues ahead for us. So we have buffered that. And of course, there was some local allowances for how we deal with collection fund losses, allowing us to spread them over 3 years, which has been helpful as well. So at the moment, we still think we're okay for certainly for this year and for 22-23, because of the position that we're carrying in. It's not to say it's not without risk in the longer term, but nationally, government expects us to be able to return to pre-pandemic rates, collection collection rates by 2023-24. So we should have weathered the storm by then, got ourselves into a position whereby we're off the auditor's radar as well for what it is that we've inherited as a new council. So a number of circumstances coming together. I think we're okay for the next year or two. We'll pick up with next year's MTFP how the collection rate is looking, but as I say, monitored with the portfolio holder on a weekly and monthly basis, and in cabinet reports you'll see the Q3 one come through as well.
Okay.
Councillor Taylor, are you happy with that?
Yeah, just to basically the fact is that with the negotiation with the fact the return of business rates from central government, are we looking at an increase from central government because they're giving us an awful lot of cost? Just thinking of whether or not that's been taken into factor, whether we can actually negotiate even more back to help us.
I think the jury's still out on that one, Councillor Taylor. There is the government has tried for about the last 3 years or so to move us towards 100% business rates, local retention. Some unitaries and some cities, London for example, much higher than our 50% rate. Some combined authorities, mayoral authorities, have higher rates as well. We're waiting to see what the consultation says on the future of business rates. There have been a number of technical matters that have come out, including revaluation dates, all of that kind of stuff, but it's something for us to work through. I'm not sure if we would want to make a case for more business rates versus the fairer funding formula debate. There's an issue for us is what's the tension between the rate at which we can grow business rates, and does that keep pace with our ability to contain care costs as a result of our rurality, demography, and all of that kind of stuff. So it's a balance.
Okay. Anybody else want to come back on?
Chairman, just want an economic development perspective.
Sorry, continue, Mr. Selgren.
Thank you, Chairman. Just again pick up those points, because actually Councillor Taylor raised a really good question. So there's perhaps a couple of things here for me. One is Aidan referred to the COVID business grant, so we did very well, as you know, in terms of getting that out, and we continue to run through with the programmes that government's announced more recently, and we'll be vigilant on that. I think we've got a well-developed process. Our head of revenues and benefits has been extremely effective with her team in making sure we responded very quickly and got the money into the coffers of our businesses to give them the best chance in a difficult economic climate. I think I just pick up, perhaps I made Jim's wider point, so that fairer funding, I've been, as many members know, around the national debate on this for a number of years, and it does seem that governments over a series of many years have wanted to try and deal with some reforms, but have found that quite difficult, and other matters have perhaps intervened in terms of policy priority. So I think I, like Jim, will look to see what happens, but I'm sure the leader of the council, Councillor Flower, will be attentive to this in terms of making appropriate representations to our MPs at the relevant time. The other one I would just observe, particularly from an economic development perspective, is it's very clear that what government has sought to do over a period of time is particularly to ease the burden on small businesses and to bring some of those out of the regime. That's particularly trying to help small high street businesses. And again, as part of that macroeconomic policy, we've seen not only within our own shores, within the UK, but also internationally, an attempt on the part of many governments to try and get a better balance in the business tax regime, particularly for those large firms who largely rely on trading on the internet, where they don't incur many of those premises related costs, and to try and create a fairer trading playing field between those who trade through more traditional business models and those who use low cost efficient internet methods. And we continue with the Dorset LEP, and both Councillor Flower and Councillor Ferrari are members of that, and as Aidan's mentioned, with the Chamber of Commerce, to just keep a close eye on those things and to feed in the local Dorset experience to the ongoing national lobbying around making sure that the business taxation regime is fair and is achieving sensible economic growth and not constraint, or indeed putting particularly small businesses at disadvantage.
Can I come back on that?
Yes, you can, Taylor.
John, that is an excellent observation. That was one of my overall key questions, was the fact of the internet sales, and the fact of how they seem to be avoiding any tax whatsoever, and the fact it is affecting our high streets very badly because the fact is actually going out of the county and out of the country. I just want to say, Thank you for that, because that was one of my main points to notice on that one there. Sorry, Councillor Flowers on coming to.
Yeah, yes, okay, Councillor Taylor, I'm running this meeting.
sorry.
Councillor Flower, do you wish to make a political comment on
Chairman.
this?
Just if I can make a small contribution to the points that John's eloquently made. If you look at the business rate element of our income, it's about 14%. If you look at the national average for upper tier authorities, it's about 28%. And I've asked that question of government more than once, and Aidan's nodding because he remembers me doing it. And my question is, and I haven't got an answer yet, why? It's good. I love the word why, because I want to know why. Why is there that disparity? Let's challenge it. But I'll pick up the point that was made by, I think, by Jim, that we mustn't distract the government away from giving Dorset, and all the shires actually, a fairer deal when it comes to dealing with the reality aspects of the cost of running a fairly rural upper tier council. So it's a mix of two things, David. You've asked some good questions, and I particularly wanted to make members aware that it's very high on my agenda, and it will remain so till I get what I think is a fair deal for Dorset. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Respond, Chair?
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I would just like to congratulate you on this presentation today. It is absolutely fantastic, and I think the expertise that's gone into this has been absolutely amazing, and I've been wholeheartedly comforted, shall we say, that we are well on board with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Okay, my next speaker is Councillor Cook.
Yeah, hello, Chairman. Thank you very much. And yeah, I would echo what Councillor Taylor's just said. Actually, I followed this meeting most of the way from 10 o'clock this morning, and I think so far it's been very well presented. And thank you, officers, for making it so understandable. So thank you for that. Can I have a look at the previous slide? Is it possible to put that previous slide back up? The first one you had, Aidan, I think it was. Yeah, budget savings. No, that's the one. The budget savings. There we are. My query is I think you said you expect 600,000 for revs and bends in the next financial year and 730 in a full year. I believe that was the figure you mentioned. If that's the case, that means that the amalgamation, bringing it all under one roof, is obviously going to be of great benefit. But can you tell me, there was going to be a clause an escape clause, I suppose, from the old system. Is that factored in there? And if so, how much was it? Or is it going to be, please?
I think Councillor Cook's referring to 1.6 million.
Yeah. Yes, so the information we took to Cabinet is exactly that the recurrent saving would be estimated around about 730,000. So a combination of us employing more staff, but paying not having to pay the contractual price to or the partnership price to Stour Valley and Poole Partnership to BCP. There is you're right, an exit clause, an exit fee, and we're in negotiations with BCP about that. So we haven't factored that into our this figure. So once that is reached and agreed, it'll be a one-off payment that we haven't factored into this budget yet. It would either come from contingency or as a single reserve. But a part of the business case that we made was that the sense of the maximum as that Councillor Bartlett's just mentioned, sort of 1.6, 1.7, this pays for itself within sort of 2 years or so, plus there's a potential transformational benefits as well, which we haven't factored in either. But hopefully that's clear.
Yeah, fine. I mean, you give me the figure. Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, 1.6 million is the figure it's costing us, which the payback time you reckon is going to be a couple of years or so based on these figures. But yes, I think the figure there highlights, I mean, it's quite a magnificent saving, isn't it, on what is a fairly small budget overall. I mean, no disrespect to corporate, but I mean, it's a very big proportion of saving. So I think it does suggest very well the decision was the right decision to make in this case. But OK, thank you for the clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. And I'd just like to come back on that myself, Mr. Dunn, because I still think that there is an element of risk there, which possibly we're going to need to capture and convey to Cabinet, because, as you said yourself, the 1.6 million get-out clause is a negotiable amount, and we don't yet know how those negotiations will go. So I think we will need to factor that in as a risk.
Yeah, that'll be helpful. Yes.
Okay, thank you. My next speaker is...
Sorry,
Councillor.
Chairman. So I'm a bit late arriving. Can I just comment on what you've just said, if I may?
Okay.
I think you're right. There is an element of risk, but Aidan sort of made it clear that should, and I actually go back long enough to remember when the Stour Valley Partnership was first set up and draconian exit clause was put in there because it was a district level arrangement. 3 different districts, North, Christchurch and East, came together and created the Stour Valley Partnership. We put a draconian clause in, so we didn't want anybody deciding on a whim to walk away from it because of the, obviously cost of, disassembling the arrangement. And I think there is an element of negotiation now, because the reasons why we are going to, and the cabinet have agreed that we'll come out of the Stour Valley Partnership, is to do with LGR. It's got nothing to do with the desire to come away from the partnership per se. It's been driven by the benefits coming out of the new unitary environment that we're in, and how we can embrace far more of our services on a common database within it. And I think there is an element of negotiation to be had with BCP, rather than just slavishly looking at the terms of the as I say, the district related service that sits there, and the cabinet have clearly accepted that we may have to do a one-off cost to a maximum of that figure, but it sits next to the budget. It isn't part of the budget. The budget takes account of the benefits of the bringing together of the new service into Dorset. But as Aidan says, we'll either take it from reserves or we'll take it from a set fund, but it won't. It's a one-off cost. It won't impact on the budget, so there's very little risk in it. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but I would still want it captured at the end of this. As you're fully aware, Councillor Flower, I sit on the SVPP Partnership Scrutiny Committee, and I've done since 2015. And I was in the meeting when we discussed this. My impression was that the negotiations would prove to be difficult. So there will be a cost of whatever that amount may be, but there will be a cost coming to Dorset Council. And if they decide to play hardball and go for the 1.6 million, then that's what it will be. But I don't think it's something that we can take lightly. I think there will be a risk there. Thank you. I've got Councillor Gray next.
Yes, thank you, Chair. One comment or bit of feedback, if I may, to Aidan first before I ask a question. I think talking about £10 million convergence in a budget of year 4 out of 5 is probably I suppose would be my comment.
Sorry, Councillor Gray. Councillor Gray, sorry.
Yes.
The connection's really bad. Maybe you need to turn your camera off so we can get a better sound quality.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on.
Well, it was a comment really on the £10 million convergence. We're in year 4 out of 5 budget setting. I think we all know what the convergence saving was, and I think we should just move on. Really, for context, I would have liked to have seen it versus last year in terms of the corporate budget. My question though is a variation on what was just been asked about the SVPP, which assuming, Aidan, that we would need to bring in additional people into revs and benefits to actually collect this service. So is the 600,000 saving net of that, or are there? It is. Right, thank you.
Yes, yes, it is. It's we will need to increase our workforce at the same time as no longer paying BCP for the service, and this is the net improvement for Dorset Council.
Brilliant, thank you. Thank you.
And I think it was by about 19 officers off the top of my head, somewhere in that region. Yeah, about 19 officers. Councillor Gray.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got no other questions from non-members of the committee. David Took, you've asked to withdraw your question. Is that correct, Councillor Took?
Yes, it was regarding the Stour Valley Pool Partnership we've just discussed at length. My only comment would be I think this is a very good move, not only for the savings it will make year on year, but also for the ability it will give us to set up accounts for people so that we can manage things far more efficiently and effectively than we currently can. my question was about the 1.6 million and the likelihood of that being negotiated down. I guess that's wait and see, but thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Took. Okay, I've got none of the questions at the moment in the chat bar. So if I could just ask, in terms of legal, Mr. Dunn, which is obviously, like planning, has seen a significant officer resource issue over these last couple of years. And we've already alluded to the fact that Miss Evans's team has made a fantastic inroads into the land search requests, and that part of the aspect, and taking off additional officer resource to cope with that and to get rid of that backlog, which, as Councillor Walsh alluded to earlier, wasn't a fault of us. It was central government suddenly changed, moved the goalposts as it were without warning statutory planning authorities as to what was going to be hitting them. So we didn't have the time to put the necessary infrastructure in place to be able to cope with it. However, my understanding is that legal does have a backlog in terms of various things it's processing. With some of its legal work that it has to do. How significant is that backlog of work now?
Can I ask Jonathan Mayer, Head of Corporate Director for Democratic Services? Jonathan, are you online?
Certainly.
Here's Jonathan, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayer, you're muted. You're muted, Mr. Mayer.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know which areas you're referring to in particular. We know that there has been a backlog in relation to land charges, and the reasons for that are well understood. And we've got the additional staffing in place, and we're beginning to make inroads into that. But I'm not specifically aware of any particular backlog that you're talking about in legal.
In terms of tenancy agreements and that type of thing, are we fully up to speed with all the other work?
So, Chairman, I'm not aware of a particular backlog. There are always pressures in legal services. One of the differences that we have in legal services from something like land charges is that if we had a particular hotspot, we can go outside the council to the market and we can bring in additional solicitors or whatever resources. For instance, we know that there are pressures in relation to children and court cases concerning children coming into the care of the local authority. Numbers can fluctuate in that area, and if we need to, we will go back to the client director at Children's Services and have a conversation with them about how any additional staffing would be funded. That's just an example, but we can readily go to the market to address that if we need to.
Okay, thank you.
What I'm not coming forward and saying at the moment is that we've got particular hotspots where we need to come and ask the council for additional resources to come into legal services at the moment.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's a good assurance to have. Thank you for that. So I've got no other questions in the chat bar. So at the moment, is there any comment that any committee member would like to make concerning corporate development? No. Okay, so if we move.
Sorry, Chair. No, all the questions that I wanted to ask have been asked by other members. So. No.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Okay, so if I can move to a summarise of this. So, Ms. Watson, whatever you've captured, and Mr. Dunn and Mr. Selgren, Mr. McManus. Okay, if we can capture the comments now, please.
Okay, Chairman, I think from my notes, it's just the one issue coming out of that area, which is related to the Revenues and Benefits Service for Dorset Council and identification of a potential risk as the exit fee for the former arrangements is a negotiated amount, which is yet to be factored into the budget.
Yes, I'm happy with that. Mr. Dunn?
So that's the only thing I've picked up on.
Yep, I agree with that. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Got away quite lightly, Mr. Dunn. Okay, so thank you for that. So we'll now move to I'll find my notes. Central Finance, with a presentation from Mr. Jim McManus.
Thanks, Chair. Very briefly from me, just 2 slides, one for clarification really and one for context. So if we could go on to the next slide, please. I suppose where we are with central and corporate budgets is only ever appeared as a line in the budget, so most people will understand the line children's services or adult services or place, for example. So we've had questions before, so it was worth just unpicking a little bit about what was in central corporate budgets. I've done that for the 21-22 base budget before we move on, just to explain a little bit about what's in there. So there's some centrally held grants that are in there, so that shows as a minus figure. That's income coming into the organisation. So included there, for example, our social care grant, social care support grant, the Improved Better Care Fund, all the income budgets there. Expenditure budgets lie with the services that actually spend the money on staff and other services, but those income budgets are held there. There's also a budget in there for the historic deficit charge that's been recovered for the local government pension scheme. Same for all local authorities. Any deficit has to be funded centrally, so that's about 5.9 million. The next line is capital financing. So whenever we borrow money, we have to pay interest on that. That's budget is around just under 10 million for that. We also have an interest receivable budget of about 4 million. So when members see the Q3 monitoring information, they'll see that we're reporting an underspend for 21-22, forecasting an underspend. And that's basically because we've reduced our borrowing. We haven't need to borrow as much this year. Principally, Chair, you referred earlier to our capital programme, and we'll come on to that on the next slide as well. Having experienced some slippage through a number of circumstances, we haven't been able to deliver the capital programme as rapidly as we assumed. Our borrowing hasn't therefore been as high. So whilst we haven't gained as much interest receivable on our investments as well due to the market conditions, we've not borrowed anywhere near as much as we'd anticipated. There will be an underspend, and we'll pick up on what that means for the 22-23 budget perhaps on the next slide. So the other main component of that being the minimum revenue provision, which is a technical accounting term, but basically is our provision to repay debt that we borrow, goes into a capital adjustment account. It's one of the peculiarities of local government accounting. We then had the contingency budget, which about 9.5 million. We've done other stuff with that during the course of the year and in the budget proposals as well, which we've talked about already, and we will come forward. We will talk a little bit more about the contingency budget during next year's financial management reports to Cabinet. If more clarity is required, more than happy to do that, but there are some changes afoot to that. You've heard elsewhere, members, as well about budgets being realigned since local government reorganisation. One of the things that we're doing, that repairs and maintenance budget that previously sat within the central lines, that's during the course of the year moved out to the assets and property team, who manages the rest of our repairs and maintenance budget. So it's all consolidated in one place. That's just realigning a hangover, for want of a better term, from a predecessor council arrangement. We then have a couple of precepts to pay ourselves. It's not just council taxpayers that pay it to us. We have precepts to pay to for flood defence and for the Southern Sea Fisheries. Not exactly sure what those two amounts are for, but I can come back to you on those if necessary. And there are also some retirement costs which the organisation has to still incur, but reducing every year as a result of a previous local government reorganisation, about £1.7 million. So that was that's the base 21-22 central budgets that are going into 22-23 development. So there have been some changes which we talked about, as I say. Happy to take any questions there, or talk about capital, which is just a contextual slide really to give some information on where we are.
Okay. I've got, sorry, could you repeat that please, Mr. McManus? I was trying to multitask then.
I've got one more slide on capital, but happy to take any questions if on the central budgets if there are any, or hold them and do.
Yeah, I think while we've only got the 2 slides, I think we'll continue with the second slide and then we'll go to questions then. Thank you.
Okay, my second slide then is just some context around the capital programme, really, a few headlines. In the last year or two, we've moved towards calling it a capital programme rather than a capital budget. Capital budget is a slightly more difficult thing to manage than a programme, I think, and just not relevant to what it actually is. It's a rolling programme, not just a single year. So when members approve things, they're approving it for a period of time, often way beyond a single year in terms of their delivery. So it's now subject to continuous review and evaluation. There is an officer group which members may have heard of, the Capital Strategy and Asset Management Group, which is chaired by the Executive Director for Children's Services, Teresa Levy. The budget doesn't start on 1st of April each year. It needs continual review, and there's some context behind where we are at the moment. So if somebody were to say, what's the budget, the capital budget for next year, I can't give you one, and let me explain why. So Appendix 6 of the report, and there'll be a bit more detail in the Cabinet report eventually when it comes, sets out the fact that we've had quite a significant impact on the capital budget. We've got slippage into the current financial year 21-22 of about 103 million as a result of the supply chain that we're involved in, things just not being able to progress at the speed they were able to. So that slipped into this current year from previous years. There was also 62.6 million that was approved for this current year as part of the budget setting process last year anyway. Since that process, there's been an additional 20+ million that's come in through new funding arrangements that have come to us. So the fibre broadband, for example, but also the climate response monies that have come in. So all of that increases the budget that we've had available for this year. That officer group, Kazam, has reviewed the entire 21-22 programme as preparations for the 22-23 budget to make sure that everything, because of the delay principally, but to make sure that everything was still giving us value for money. They were still the right projects for the organisation to be pursuing because of the delay. And they in the large majority of cases were, but importantly, a bullet point that I haven't put there, around £10 million was released from the programme as being either underspends on budgets that were then surrendered as part of that review process, or projects that that weren't proceeding because they were no longer deemed to be appropriate given the delay since they'd originally been approved, and some of those had fallen away. So that's the context of what we're managing in the current year up to the end of March 2022. But then moving forward into 22-23, last year's medium-term financial plan, as we say, it's a programme. Last year's contained £27.9 million worth of new spend for 22-23. There's £14.3 million worth of new bids that have come through the Kazam route. They were progressed each year by specific working groups set up to deal with those. And all of that stuff added together gives us a total capital programme up until the end of 31st of March 2023 of 228.9 million. So that's the reason, Chair, why I can't give members what's in the budget for next year, what's carried forward. It's all part of a programme that is rolling forward. We've got an approved budget that will take us out to 31st of March 2023. Cabinet will also be considering in the appendices that it looks at, as I say, it's a programme. So in looking at that £14.3 million worth of bids and the 27.9 from the previous year, there will be future years associated with the programmes of work that are being delivered, and that'll amount to 121 million over the rest of the MTFP period. So all of that will deliver a total capital programme that is to be delivered over the course of the next 5 years to £350 million. And because of the sheer size and scale of that, the recommendation in the paper will be to review that again in 2022, the same as we did this year, to make sure that everything that we continue to roll forward is still relevant, is still giving value for money, and is still part of the organisation's priorities, just as a matter of good practice. So that's the last point I wanted to make on the slide. The bit that I probably wanted to say, by the way, that links back with the capital financing budgets is because we've got such a large amount of slippage, because we'll underspend on our capital financing budget in 21-22, and we therefore have headroom in that budget for 22-23, we don't think there'll be any need to increase either our interest payable or our minimum revenue provision budgets for 22-23. We think the capital bids that we're putting forward and the programme that we've got will be affordable within that revenue budget. But part of the reason for that review in spring summer 22 being recommended is to make sure that we understand what the slippage from this year into next year is, and to make sure that we can resource the financing requirements of the capital programme from 2023-24 onwards. As a preemptive and precautionary measure, we have added into the MTFP another £1 million per year for minimum revenue provision and for interest payable from 23-24 onwards. That will be reflected in the figures that are in the Cabinet report, subject to that officer review and information then coming forward to Cabinet for information once we have finished this year and we know what our carry in or what our slippage is from 21-2 into 22-23. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McManus. Very detailed report. Thank you. I need to go now, before I go to questions, to invite Miss Teresa Levy, if she's in the meeting. Did she want to make comment? Miss Levy.
Thank you, Chair. No, I think, as you say, you've received a very full report there from Mr. McManus, and it's very welcome. I think the most important element for us to notice is that there has been slippage purely due to what's been possible in those building works that we all understand in terms of this pandemic. And as we go forward this year, we'll be bringing forward the proposals around what's absolutely achievable and what's absolutely deliverable in terms of managing, as I think has been a kind of a bit of a theme of today's meeting, making sure we can deliver what we say we will, because I think that's going to be really important as we come through this. But no, nothing more from me.
Thank you. And do I have any comment from portfolio holder?
Nothing from me, Shane.
Okay, thank you. In which case, I'll move to questions now. I've got Councillor Gray.
Yes. Hello, Jim. Happy New Year. To a scrutiny committee, we get to the big numbers. You know, I've been trying to understand this capital programme. I think you might have answered my question or questions. I've got two, but I'll just test them for clarity, if I may. The MRP, we've been putting £250,000 in for the MRP for each year, and we're moving that to £1 million. I started off from 23-24. I started off thinking my question was going to be about, is that enough given the size of the programme? But given that we've got such big slippage, I'm now thinking that it might be too much. So I'm not sure what my question is, other than this sounds science behind moving it from 250 to £1 million. Are you confident in that number, I guess? And the second question was about the 10 million. Where does that go back? The savings, given this slippage? I mean, we've got a capital programme now at 350 million. That's more than a year's worth of council spend. That's a big programme. You actually say in the report that you don't think we'll achieve it this year. It actually says undeliverable, which I found the actual budget paper says undeliverable this year, which is a bit of a surprising thing to admit in a paper. But I'm wondering, so number one is 250 to £1 million in the MRP. Are you confident about that? And secondly, 10 million saving, where does that appear? And then what? I suppose I'm trying to get my head around 121 million slippage, and that's, I think, the third year that the capital programme has slipped. Other than what Teresa said about, we all know about the building issues, is there something within the council that's stopping us delivering the capital programme, or is it purely, because it would suggest that we could do more? If it's all external, then I'm happy. But I know that's probably three questions, but if you could, I've been thinking about this for a long time, as you can imagine. Thank you.
Right. Okay. I'll try and deal with those as best I can. So going from 250 to £1 million, is it enough? I think, given that we've taken 10 million out of the programme and most of that was spend that we were financing ourselves, I think it's as accurate as I can make it at the moment. But I think it's important that we do that review in spring summer 22 to make sure that as we build next year's MTFP, for 23-24, our £1 million increase is enough. It's in there really as a placeholder at the moment. So it is, and you would say that if there's a method behind it, it's not going to come out as a clean million, is it? No, it probably wouldn't. It is the best estimate that we can give at this place in time. It is a placeholder. We will revisit that work, but at the moment I wouldn't like to say whether I thought it was going to be more or less. To a certain extent, it depends how much carry we have from this year into next year. You'll see when the Cabinet report comes out tomorrow that the best intelligence we can gather from around the organisation is that that'll be around £96 million carry forward from slippage from this year into next year. So that will obviously impact on that figure. Then there's a question of, I've used the word undeliverable just purely from a pragmatic perspective rather than from any sort of sense of criticism. It's just very difficult to get those who are in the building game, for want of a better term, to be able to conjure up supplies that are often imported into the country that have therefore been very badly impacted by either exit from the European Union or the pandemic or some other circumstance. It's just where we are. So undeliverable is not meant to be in any way critical. It's just a pragmatic term. Sorry, those were the hopefully the two main points that you raised. But do I think that £1 million is enough? I hope so.
The 10 million saving will appear. The savings that we've brought forward, where will they appear?
It doesn't appear anywhere, apart from if you look at previous Cabinet reports, you'll have seen that there was a capital programme of about 197 million. It's now about 187 million, but it continues to roll on. And part of that review and part of what we do at year end will then impact on, we will continue to either take more money out or add money into the programme. So it flexes at any one point in time. Okay. That's why it's very difficult to say what's the budget for next year. I can't tell you. I can tell you what is in the programme that is approved up to a certain point in time. So we've looked at a figure for up to 31st March 2023, which is now our 228.9 million, and we're looking at a figure which is just under 350 million up to the end of this medium-term financial plan. But it will continue to evolve. We'll do our best to try and keep tabs on it for you and explain it in Cabinet reports and through the CASAM group too.
Can I come back, Chair?
Certainly.
I suppose it might be for Teresa as well, but I suppose that's reassuring, Jim, and I do understand the external pressures. In fact, one of them's across the road from where I sit now. The school in Dorset Road is directly opposite where I live, and I know that's slipped. My question really may be slightly political, which is to what extent the capital programme is now slipped for 3 years means some of the council priorities might not be delivered within the lifetime of this council. Given the context of the capital programme and the slippage and the external factors, perhaps Spencer would like to comment on whether it's worth revisiting the strategic plan in the last 2 years of the council, because there are things that we're not going to deliver.
Would you like me to respond, Chair, for a moment, and then Councillor Flower will respond? I think
certainly, Ms. Levy, if you responded, then Councillor Flower can respond afterwards.
Thank you. The review is critical to this. I think it's absolutely right. What we know is that over a number of years, there have been some profiled plans around this area and around this spend that have slipped forward year on year. Some of those plans may well be still the absolutely right thing to do, and continue to put the pressure on that following the spring review will be absolutely essential. And we may need to think differently about how we work with local communities and how we work with local suppliers to be able to deliver at a faster pace. I think Jim's absolutely right. Both the Brexit issue and the pandemic issue together has created a particular challenge. And of course, we have already brought on stream some new activities that weren't in that original plan. So as you sit looking at that residential home, that happened quickly. Actually, although it's been slower than I'd like it to be, it's actually been a newer arrangement than some of the older things that put into that slippage. So the review is critical. It means that we will be prioritising those things that are in the strategic plan. We'll be making sure that they are now still realistic and what we want to deliver, because the reality is that sometimes, somebody proposes something 5 years ago, and actually when you look at it down the line, it's no longer quite the right thing. And I think we'd all appreciate that's an important thing for an agile council to be able to do. So that's what the review will be doing, and there's a complete sign up to that CASAM, which is most of SLT and many members of CLT within that board as well. So I just wanted to assure you that there will be a clear direction around what will be delivered and what will be deliverable following that review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, Teresa's managed to take about 90% of what I could have said, but I will just add to that because I think we've demonstrated our agility, and having a strategic plan is good, and it's right to have a strategic plan, whether it's a council or whether it's a big corporate organisation. But we've shown that agility by doing something last year. We went and bought a school. There wasn't part of that strategic plan in the first place. It is now because it's a fundamental thing, and I think that demonstrates the fact that any plan, you'll understand this, David, from your past experience, has to be a live document. It can't be something that sits in a tablet of stone that you do every 5 years and hope that at the end of it you've done it all. And I'm more than happy to take your point, and we'll have a little look. We'll reflect on that, those corporate aims and objectives, and see whether are they all still relevant. How have things changed in the last 2.5 years? What do we need to do to refresh it a little bit? More than happy to have a look at it. Make a good point. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Are you satisfied, Councillor Gray? Okay. You muted, Councillor Gray.
Schoolboy error. I'm happy with the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. So my next speaker is Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chairman. Jim, good morning or good afternoon. You made reference to, which you weren't quite sure what it was, to southern fisheries. I wonder if you could just expand on that and whether that is the Southern Inshore Fisheries and Conservation Authority annual levy. I chair that body.
If I was looking for a lifeline to help me out, Councillor Roberts, perfectly well done. Yes, thank you. That's what it is.
It is DEFRA money that comes in and is passported out again through the constituent councils for that body.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. It's a question I meant to ask earlier when Jonathan Mayer was on, so I don't know if it's relevant now. It's about backlog.
I think Jonathan's probably still in the meeting, so I'm happy for you to ask it.
We were talking about backlogs in legal, and I just wonder what the backlog is in code of conduct complaints, because sometimes they are from members of the public and they require an answer. So I just wonder what the backlog was like in code of conduct complaints.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. Yeah, code of conduct complaints have taken longer than they should have done. There is a backlog, and I think it's fair to say that we underestimated the impact of having 1,400 or so parish and town councillors and the level of complaint that there would be. What I can tell you, Chairman, is that with effect from the start of January, the processing, that is the handling of those complaints, has been put into the whole authority complaints team. We've already strengthened that team, and the whole authority complaints team will be responsible for the day-to-day handling of those complaints and tracking them and making sure that deadlines don't slip on them. So I can't give you precise dates and how long individuals will wait, but what I can say is that we've transferred these complaints into the complaints team now, where they'll be managed alongside the whole authority complaints, albeit that they're a different sort of complaint.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to come back, will that kind of like performance graph on the decrease in numbers of those complaints be part of the audit and governance committee?
So I've asked Tony Bygraves, who manages the complaints team, to build the councillor conduct complaints into his reporting. So it's not in there at the moment, but it will certainly be part of the reporting that we put into the committee.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Andrews. Okay, so can I just ask So we haven't really talked about so far, and it was a massive cost implication for this council, albeit we had some grants coming from government. But what to date, do we know what the cost has been of COVID to this authority? It's done.
So I haven't got a figure to hand, and I think as and then there's the cost, as in the net cost relative to the government grant, additional support we've received, that kind of thing. The latest figures that we had, I think we took to Cabinet last year when we kind of when we did a sort of a stock take of how's COVID gone. But it's just kind of the whole cost is blurring now in terms of, for example, some of the demand that we're seeing through adult care. You know, is that COVID related, or is that general pressures coming through? Some of the pressures in children's services. You know, it's hard to, where do you draw the line between attributing it to COVID or not? I mean, in headline terms, so last year as a council, we had to draw on repurpose around about, I think it was about £15 million worth of reserves, and in that sense, we felt that was driven by COVID. This year we've received an additional £8.5 million worth of COVID funding from government, and we're heading towards more of a break-even position. So I can't put my finger on it, on a particular number, because we've been here so long. It's kind of like the new normal in a way.
Yeah. Okay. So because you know, the point was raised earlier about business rates at 11 point. What's the number now? So 11. Yeah, 11.2. So the business rates growth, which I wondered whether that was optimistic in terms of what was in that table, and I'm just wondering whether one of the informs we should send to Cabinet would be that because COVID isn't over, because we don't know what new variants will be coming through, that we're still living with this. And as you say, it's almost become the norm, but nevertheless, underlying that, it's still a significant risk to this council authority. If we were to get a variant which was, I mean, we saw, didn't we, at the start of the Omicron scare, that the scientists and the medical authorities were really worried about what was coming, and as it turned out, it would appear that while it was highly contagion, it wasn't providing the risk factor in health, although people have obviously lost their lives, but it wasn't quite the risk I don't think that they originally thought it might be in the first instance when they discovered it allegedly discovered it in South Africa. So I'm just wondering whether we need to do some number crunching on that, so that we've got a better understanding of what COVID has actually cost in this council. As you say, we're getting government grants come in. I mean, the other thing is that would those government grants continue? Because I don't imagine that the Treasury's pockets are not bottomless. They're going to come to a point, I believe, that when they'll expect local council authorities to start taking a lot more of this burden on themselves, because they'll be exhausted themselves at central government. So would that be a fair assessment of the situation, that we really should be doing a piece of work on that, what it's cost this authority? Because at the moment we just seem to be absorbing it. As you say, it's the norm. We've just got used to it.
So if I can unpack it for a second, because there was the loss of income, you know, be that sort of through leisure centres, car parking income, that side of things. And then there was the additional costs that we incurred, demand driven, sort of adult social care in particular as well. So we have made no assumptions about additional income coming in from government but next year, but neither have we made additional assumptions beyond what we know at the moment about the level of demand for, in particular, adult care services. And as you've seen, there's a substantial £10 million increase in the budget there. So I think it's one of the significant risk factors that I'm highlighting, and I highlighted it in the introduction to this report, and highlighting it in the full Cabinet paper as well, the budget paper. And the other element as well, I think we heard just before Christmas that specific funding we had to support us, called the COMP funding, Contain Outbreak Management Fund, that we're allowed to roll that forward, unspent elements of that, to roll that forward into the new year as a consequence of the new phase of the pandemic. So I mean, what I'm saying is I think yes, we can do kind of the latest tally up of how much COVID has cost us. I think the government has been supportive as best it can so far, it remains a risk to us. But you know, that sense of a future lockdown again, which is where the big costs incur, you know, all the government rhetoric around that at the moment is that it seems less likely than before. So I think we can do a stock take and factor that in as to give a quantification of a risk. But I don't propose that we kind of reopen the budget assumptions in the light of where we are.
That's not what I was asking. What I was asking was, just as I said, I think it would be prudent for us to know actually what it's cost us so far, without having going down the route of opening up the budget lines again. No, just so that we have an understanding of what it's cost this authority so far, because and you know, God forbid another lockdown, but obviously we've got to look around globally, and other countries are going for lockdowns again. Presently in this country, the view is that we don't need to at the moment. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? But I do think it would be prudent for us to have an understanding as an authority as to what COVID's cost us so far. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just a reminder of what we've got actually, the amount that we've got held in reserves in terms of cash.
Yeah, so we've got a series of reserves in terms of the general fund reserve based on the SIPFA guidance. It's sort of around about 30 million, I think, in terms of kind of reserve, sort of broadly 10% of our net budget. And then in addition to that, we've got earmarked reserves sort of a similar level, sort of around about 35 million. Jim, is that and then in addition to that, there's some specific reserves as well. Jim, have you got a bit more detail? 'Cause it's something we shared in the October cabinet paper, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, there's some stuff in the October cabinet paper. I'd also steer members towards the outturn report last year, which is where our new strategy on reserves was agreed, and it set out where the reserves actually were. So you're right, Aidan, the SIPFA recommendation from the work that we had during LGR was minimum level on the general fund of 5%. We've gone for 10%. So that's about 31.5 million. We've kept that assumption for this year's cabinet paper. You'll see next year, so that requires an increase, slight increase in line with our net budget requirement to about 33 and a bit million. The other earmarked reserves, I'm just looking through it, about 107 million in total, but as I say, they are all earmarked for specific purposes, so it wouldn't be possible to use them without altering the risk profile of the things that those mitigate against. But yes, last year's the 2021 outturn paper is where I would steer members for more detail on the individual reserves.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that optimistically we're sort of cash buoyant? Would that be?
So the two aspects that reserves don't equal cash, only the ones that are specifically cash backed.
It can be assets, yeah.
So I think I'll let Aidan say what he's going to say about his section 25 assurance statement around the budget and the adequacy of reserves. In normal years, it would be probably slightly contextually different from the issue that we have around the high needs block. But in terms of cash, I'm not going to put a figure on it today, but we're relatively comfortable in terms of our cash holdings at the moment. If for no other reason, for example, than I said to you, we're looking at a significant amount of capital slippage from this year to next. That's money that we've therefore still got in the bank that we haven't spent on assets. So cash wise, we're comfortable. Reserves wise, we're relatively comfortable as well at the moment, but I'll let Aidan comment on his assurance statement.
Okay, just before Aidan does, can I just ask, in terms of that cash that we've got parked wherever it's parked, that's safe, is it? In terms of the fluctuations in the global economy at the moment, with COVID, the way it's impacted the economy, with the banking infrastructures, what have you, that cash that we've got parked wherever it is, we're quite assured that that's in a safe place.
So the most significant part of our treasury and investment strategy is around what we do with our cash at any one point in time, given where we are with interest rates and the fact that that there aren't particularly good rates to be earned at the moment in the most secure deposits. Our risk is around counterparty assessment, risk assessment. So there'll be more on that in the budget paper that comes out early part of next week. There's our investment strategy as well as our capital strategy as part of that. But you're right, Chair, the most important aspect is security of those deposits, so important that we do our counterparty risk assessment effectively.
Okay, thank you. Aidan, yes, did you want to comment on the
Yeah, and this is sort of the slightly formal part of my role as a statutory officer, the Section 151 officer. So as part of the budget setting process, I have to give my professional opinion on the level of risk and very much associated that with the level of reserves that we've just discussed. So I said at the beginning of this session that in my view, the budget had originally been high risk, and I've reduced that down to medium risk in the light of the additional funding we'd got, the ability for us to increase our contingency and the level of reserves. That is very much about next financial year's budget. The risk that I've mentioned a few times is around the high needs block debt. So at the moment, the debt that we're building up through the fact that we've spent more money than we've been allocated in terms of providing services and support with children with education and healthcare plans, the debt is building up and up and up over a number of years, but is currently, we don't have to account for it using our resources. In April 23, or at the end of March 23, so this time next year, the accounting regulations are going to change based on Department for Education guidance, where we will have to account for that debt. So that's where we stand at the moment. So that means that we need to have reserves that will offset that level of debt, which might be up to the level of around about £70 million at that point. So in order to mitigate that risk, we're doing two things. First of all, informally, we're having conversations with the Department for Education, as are many local authorities, to see how we can work together to reduce, if not eliminate, that debt. And secondly, we've got our strategy, including the acquisition of St Mary's site and beyond, to reduce that pressure. And thirdly, there is quite an intensive lobby from the local government across the country about not changing that legislation, or at least extending that legislation so that not from April 23, but from a later date, local authorities have to account for that debt. All of that means that for next year, I think the level of risk is medium for Dorset Council, but for the year beyond, until we've concluded conversations with the Department for Education, until that legislation has changed, the level of risk in the future is high.
Okay. Right. I was going to move you to your addendum now, Aidan. And then you're nearly there. I'll nearly let you go then. So at 1.3, and I haven't got it up on my screen, but at 1.3, there still seems to be a lot of unknowns concerning the government funding settlement and closing the budget gaps. So the question was, by what date would we have a better understanding of how the government financial statement is aiding us in providing a better balanced budget and plugging funding gaps? And also, question 2, can we have a report coming to the Scrutiny Committee once officers have an understanding of all the implications? Because at the moment, we're still scrutinising the budget where you haven't had sufficient time to do the number crunching because the government financial statement came in so late. Would that be fair, please?
Yeah, I think hopefully, and I've got a sense from the committee that the strategy we've adopted, given the uncertainty, is to put the bulk of the funding into contingency, and then that gives us the flexibility to mitigate risk, but also to use it for what the money's required. So a good example of that is this money, the 1.2 or so million that we've got to support the market development for the adult social care reforms. So that is work in progress. We've got our own internal working group looking at this, but also it's something that's the work that's going on across a regional basis and nationally. So the guidance on how that money should be spent and what it should be spent, who knows when it's going to be provided to us? That's the risk. So and that's a good example, and bits of information kind of trickle out, and occasionally we'll get an announcement, a formal announcement from government. So we're more than happy to keep the committee up to speed on this. I think one of the quite a powerful point that Councillor Flower made earlier is that sense of our new Secretary of State, Michael Gove, having a chance to influence and shape the strategy for his department and for local government in general. And there's still a sense of that out there as well. So the fact that it's a one-year settlement for local government just gives him room for manoeuvre. So it does feel that this is quite a transitory time for local government. Adult social care reforms being a big part of it, the uncertainty around special educational needs and potential revisions to that policy nationally. So it feels like one of those years where there's quite a bit of change, and I think it's absolutely right that the Scrutiny Committee should be kept abreast, if not on top of that sort of information.
Okay, thank you. I just want to return back to a business rates question. Sorry, I said did you have anything to add to that? Did you? That previous question, because obviously that would involve you as well. No, you're happy? Okay.
Nothing to add, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. If I move to page 4 on the addendum, 4.3 business rates, I just wanted to quickly return to that and something that was written in there in terms of, and it's a frustration, isn't it, that as I say, we're going for a fairer funding deal, and whether that impacts on the business rates, and it's that balance as to which do we go for. But the no increase in our business rate share. Presently, what share are we getting from business rates being channeled back from central government? Mr. McManus?
So at the moment, ours is a 50% local scheme. So 50% goes to central government, 50% is retained locally. We get 49% of that, and fire get 1%. Police aren't funded through business rates in any way. They're deemed to be too high risk for police to be able to rely on.
Okay, that's a bit depressing, because originally they talked about us getting 70%. I seem to remember the figure around 70% we were going to be getting.
So I think at one stage government was very keen on going for 100% of business rates growth locally. Then ambition was scaled back because it became very difficult through one reason or another. I don't think I have an issue with one approach or another. My concern is if government thinks it can apply 100% business rates retention to all local authorities, and that solves a funding issue, then it doesn't, because business rates growth is faster than the fair funding requirement in some places. So we talked about that earlier. Certain parts of the country are better able, easier to grow business rates faster than other parts.
Yeah, we have a difficulty. We're quite a rural authority, aren't we? Could I, rather than being an urban one, that Section 131 grant, you said, but there will be an additional Section 31 grant for under indexation of business rates multiplied. What's that grant worth?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's fairly small amount of money, but and it doesn't affect our yield.
Okay, thank you. I've got a question from Councillor Took.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the report. I've been looking at it for a little while. Appendix 5 on page 30. We've got basically 6.5 million moved out of contingency, capital financing and contingency as a variance. So that presumably that's going into another account. But I'm not sure I can see that the corresponding moves in black into those other accounts. But is it possible to just get a little sense of where that money is going? I think you've covered it before, but I'm not sure I've got the full detail there.
Yep. So about 2.5. Overall, the contingency budget is being reduced in base budget terms by about 2.5 million. So because there's some narrative, I think, in this report that describes, because we have enhanced budgets where the risk was higher in terms of base, we should need less in terms of the contingency. There's also 2.6 million that I mentioned on repairs and maintenance that has gone from contingency into the assets and property area, so it's all managed in one place. And there's also 2.5 million that is held for staff costs, the pay increase for 21-22 that moves out as part of 22-23 base setting as well.
Okay, thank you. I think that adds up.
There are a number of other smaller adjustments as well, but those are the main ones.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Took. Okay, so on the addendum at page 4 at 8.1, this obviously was all the new information that comes through after the government settlement, which was the rural service delivery grant. And I just wondered, would you agree no increase is a disappointment from 2021-22 levels, especially with regard to the anticipated interest rates increase, especially as service delivery is more costly in a rural council than urban areas? I just wondered whether you had any additional view on that.
So if I could comment on that one, I think that our general view on the settlement was that it was not as bad as we'd anticipated. So generally the package was helpful, and as we've seen throughout the flavour today, we're able to de-risk some of our budget proposals. I think this issue about the cost of rural services is really, really important, and I think we've touched on it today, be it the cost of running a bus service in a rural area is much more than an urban area. The cost of providing home care in a rural area is much more than in an urban area. And we don't think that the national funding formulas truly reflect that appropriately. And so the conversations we're having through our professional bodies and through, for example, the Society of County Treasurers, as well as the conversations indeed that Councillor Flower is leading with our MPs, the Dorset MPs this morning, it's all making this point, trying to influence funding allocations to make sure that government understand that actually rural authorities do have to bear particular cost pressures which we don't think are fairly received at the moment, or fairly funded at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Okay, did you have anything to add, Jim? No? Okay. So at page 4 at 10.1, Fair Cost Care Fund, the government has still not issued the formula and the methodology for the distribution of the fund. Do we know when they will, and when they're likely to complete this piece of work?
Yes, I can take part of that one. We do know our share of the fund will be £1.2 million, but we don't know the detail of what it will be required for yet.
No, this is again another one of these sort of black areas, black holes that we've got within our budget making, haven't we? That the government aren't coming forward with they haven't done the methodology themselves, and they're leaving us out on a limb a bit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, just making a note. Okay, I'm done. I've got no other questions in the chat bar. Everyone's going to be highly relieved. So could I just, the last fun thing I want to say is that, would it be a fair assumption to make, and Gary Suttle's driven this budget just to take it right back down to the bare bones and build it again. And I think is there an understanding that this authority has actually cost far more to run than we originally envisaged when it was set up? Would that be a fair comment to make?
I think what we've done what we've seen through this budget setting process is that this has been a year to get everything out on the table, and Councillor Suttle has very much driven that process. So, for example, when we went through the place budget earlier this morning, there were a couple of areas where we'd inherited budgets that weren't, or inherited costs that weren't fully funded, and there'd been okay to operate like that at a district level, but when you aggregate them up to the unitary authority, it's more complex. So I think there's some areas where we set the budget in the first couple of years, we used our best judgment, we've got better information now. Secondly, since we were established as an authority, the level of demand and funding for required by adult social care has increased and increased and increased. And what we're seeing today is a 10% requirement of funding increase for adult care. That, once again, that's been reflected nationally across the country. So it's not just Dorset Council. That said, one of the lines that Gary describes is that he feels that there is a government expectation that we're trying to run a local authority without sufficient funding, and Councillor Flower is a strong advocate for Dorset in that way, and that's the message we're passing up to government, saying we need to be appropriately funded. So back to your question, Chair, did we underestimate the cost when we were set up? It doesn't really work like that. It's about, did we try and do the best we could with the funding we had available? Absolutely. Are we maturing as an organisation? Yes. Is this budget more realistic than previous ones? Yes. It's a continual evolution. Do we need more funding? Absolutely. But I don't think we're not able to ask our local taxpayer to pay for it anymore. And I don't think it's appropriate that we do ask our local taxpayer to fund this when many of these are national policies. That would be my trying not to be too political there, but that's my kind of officer perspective.
And it wasn't actually a criticism. It was more a question of that we had to make that leap of faith when we had the government local reorganisation. And I was in the joint committee. I sat in the joint committee, and it's just the impression that I've got as we've gone through these couple of years that, to my mind, we didn't necessarily have a full understanding how much it was going to cost to run this authority, to bring it all together and to run it. And I think coupled with the pressures that we've had in terms of that transformation, that had to be done at pace as well. And we knew that we had to get over the line safe and legal. We have to go back then and pick up pieces that we didn't get right first time round. And on top of that, of course, we've had the COVID pandemic that has hit us. And so we've been a bit on the back foot, and I would say that the council authority and the officers have done an amazing job over these recent years in still maintaining those services and are still operating and performing as a council authority. And I think I've always felt, that we have punched way above our weight through this entire period, and that's down to the officers and with the work that they've done. And I would take this point and actually thanking them on behalf of my committee for all the work they've done, all the work that you've done in presenting this budget. But I just wanted to get an understanding as to whether we felt that in terms of funding this authority, we didn't quite have the understanding that of what it was going to cost because of all the other implications that were involved. As I say, it was not a criticism.
Can I answer a slightly different question? And first of all, thank you for the.
Sound like a politician now.
Yeah, sorry. First of all, thank you on behalf of all the officers presenting today. We've got to do
the summing up.
Yeah. So thank you for the feedback, and it's been a great team effort on this budget. If we hadn't, from a finance officer perspective, if we hadn't become a unitary authority, I believe that the Dorset system, the previous districts and county council, would be in a much more challenging financial position now. And we can see that around the country where other local systems are looking to become unitary, Somerset next door, as well as some of the northern authorities as well. So I think from a financial stability perspective, becoming a unitary authority was the right thing to do from my perspective. And we made the best effort with the information we had at the time.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Ms Watson, I think we've reached that point where we're going to do the summary part. Councillor Flower, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just very brief. Can I just, thank you very much, Chairman. Can I just follow up what Aidan said, because I'm a politician, so I can say something that's a bit slightly more political in the broadest possible sense. I think what the unitary's done, Shane, is it enabled us to get the best value out of the public pound. It isn't a case of us thinking, not realising it was going to cost X or Y in terms of running the council. It was getting a really clear understanding from a budgetary perspective and in a reality of costs around all these 6 councils coming together. Was a hell of a challenge of bringing all those budgets together in as we did, and it was always going to take a while to get to the root of all of that. And I think what this budget's done this year has got to the root of all of that, and I think it's given us a much clearer understanding of where the challenges and the pressures are. And we've had year-on-year increases in demand in some of our service areas, which we've dealt with. But if Gary was here, he would say that you could apply this comment to all shire councils, that the governments of any colour have historically underfunded the shires to deal with the rurality of the geography that we deliver our services in. Absolutely no doubt about that, and it's an area that you could probably gather from what I'm saying I am particularly passionate about, and I'm going to keep driving either through the MPs locally and as well as trying to have direct conversations with ministers. And I got the impression this morning that I'm likely to have a chance with Matt, the chief exec, to have a conversation with Michael Gove in the next few weeks, hopefully. And you know, he is a new man on the block. He's got a bigger responsibility now, and I'm optimistic that we will see some radical change, and we will see the sector getting a better deal, particularly the shires. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Flower. Yeah, and I do agree with you that I don't believe that Dorset Council, as a shire, as a rural authority, has had a fair funding deal for many decades. Okay, so Ms Watson, can we do our summing up, and if Mr McManus and Mr Aidan, sorry, Mr Dunn could oversee it as well. Ms Watson.
Okay, so just to start, there was a point made about the cost of COVID to the council, which could be seen as a significant risk in terms of budgets, and getting a better understanding of what this has costed the council to date.
Yep.
And then the other point was, I think I might just need a bit of clarification on this one. Something around getting more information about the unknowns, the uncertainty of future settlements, government funding for the budget, for the council in setting its budget, and the implications of this. I think those were the sort of key 2 points that I've picked up on.
Yeah, that's what I've got, and also the importance, as we've just discussed, actually, as the leader is just the Councillor Flower has just alluded to, the rural service delivery grant and the need to continue lobbying government for a better deal. I think we need to put that in, if you're in agreement, Mr Dunn. And the fourth one was concern that government have not done the methodology for a fair cost of care fund. Another concern to deliver a balanced budget with all the information in it contained. So basically what I say from there is, from a scrutiny point of view, we're a bit of a Donald Rumsfeld situation, because we know some of the unknowns, we don't know some of the unknowns, and the unknowns aren't known, and all that palaver. So I think we need to make a note on that as well, that while we've scrutinised the budget, there is still, through no fault of the officers, but rather because either the settlement came in very late, or the fact that the number crunching hasn't been done at Westminster, we're still not quite in a position where we've got the whole picture, if that's a fair comment. Okay. Okay, so going back to my agenda.
Chair.
Sorry, who's that?
Chair, it's Jim.
Oh, hello. Yes.
There was one more point which I don't know whether you wanted to include or not, which principally a point that Councillor Gray made, which was along the lines of keeping the capital programme under review, given its size, first of all for affordability, but also its alignment with council priorities, because Councillor Flower mentioned that quite happy to look at the plan again when it was appropriate to do so. So yeah, that's something around that.
Certainly, if we could add that as well, Ms Watson.
Thank you.
Sorry, it was the capital budget to be reviewed.
Keeping the capital programme under review in terms of its affordability and its alignment with council priorities.
Okay. I hope I can read all this later. Okay, so on that, I'm going to move to agenda item agenda item 7, urgent items. There now are no urgent items. So moving to agenda item 8, exempt business. There is no exempt business. So we're at that point towards the end of the meeting. So I would just like to thank all of the presenters, all of the portfolio holders, specifically yourself, Mr Dunn and Mr McManus, for all the work you've done, for the work your teams have done, for the place and corporate teams, and also for the legal teams, and anybody else I've forgotten to mention. Thank you to all the officers. Members, my apologies, it's been such a long meeting, but you know my view on it. Scrutiny takes as long as it takes. Thank you to the committee. Thank you to the members across the chamber. And at 14:24, I am going to close the meeting, which I'm sure you're all grateful for. Thank you.